Oh, here we go. Now he's talking about WWE champions. So he's a piece of shit. You piece of donkey shit. How about this? How about this? WWE champions. All right? WWE champions lives rent-free in your motherfucking head. I don't think about WWE champions. You do. You probably know way more about the fucking game than I ever will because you're an idiot. You're an obsessed loser. Okay, then. Phil, you know, we contribute to you, but it always seems like it's a black hole because it always seems like no matter how much we contribute, you're always still having problems. You're always still in debt and nothing's getting better. I agree with you.
Strokee.
The Ziggy Piggy's back. A mutated creature that was. Good morning, everyone. Hello, and welcome. How are you all? I hope you're doing well, and welcome to the Level 1 podcast, where we're busy having fun down here on Level 1. Oh, yeah. Today is Thursday, the 22nd of September, 2022. I welcome you all here to the show, although everything's in disarray for multiple reasons. Reason number one, because...
Oh my God, there's so much work.
I'm coming back from break, and when I come back from break, oh boy. Whenever I come back from break, things are a little different. All right? A lot to talk about today, but this is an abridged podcast. What that means is this will not be a super lengthy show. I'm going to do it in around 45 minutes time because we have a Q&A to get to in Ask the King. You know, Ask the King is today's 3-hour-long Q&A show. And so obviously I want to have enough time to do it. So we have to make a shorter podcast today. You know, the show started later today because it was Ask the King. I had to prepare all of your questions, which I have tons, and do a special setup. I'll swap over to that Ask the King setup right after here. Things are a little different here today because it's the fall. Well, it's about to be. Well, it is. Today is officially the first day of autumn or the fall here in the United States, which means no more air conditioning. The weather is cool. The window is open. And Jasper Kitty is going to be in and out of here today, I'm sure. He's able to come in and out of the office if he wants during the show. He's already been in the window enjoying the cool autumn air outside. It's a nice cloudy day today, which means, as you can see, the window's open, the shade's open. I look different. I always look different when there's natural light versus the lamp, you see? So anyway, good stuff today. Now, in addition to all of that, there's some other stuff going on too. So I just want to forewarn all of you. I am like all beat up, and I don't know like why or how exactly it all happened, but my back, my upper back, I pulled it a couple days ago. I was actually talking about it on stream back on Tuesday. I was like, man, my back is sore. My neck is sore today. I guess I had pulled it or even, you know, agitated perhaps a disc in my upper back. And this has happened before. But usually goes away within a few days. And I expect it will as well. But it's weird because I just feel kind of awkward moving around and there's some pain and discomfort there. But then in addition to that, so yesterday I wake up in the morning and I've got pain behind my right eye and I don't know what it is. If I'm normal like I am right now with you guys, I really don't feel it at all. But if I like push my eye in a little bit, it hurts. And if I look to the left, right, up or down rather than like around straight forward, it hurts. I don't know what the hell that means. It's definitely not a headache because a headache, I feel swelling in my brain and I don't feel that. So I don't know what happened. I don't know if my eyes irritated for some reason. I don't know if I was sleeping and I punched myself in the face. Like, who knows, right? It could be anything. At this point, what I'm hoping is nothing big. I hope that it's just something that's like a little annoying. It'll go away. Because obviously, there's a problem there if it doesn't, right? If there's a lingering problem here and this does not go away within a few days or a week, for example, I'm going to have to go to the doctor. And that's not cool. Because here in the United States, as I've talked about many times over the years, our healthcare sucks. For me to go to the doctor, I have to drive an hour. I'm not kidding. I'm surrounded by healthcare centers, but my insurance will only pay for me to go to a doctor's office that's an hour away. So likely what they would force me to do is drive an hour just to see not even like a doctor, but go to what's called one of their clinics for them to say, okay, what's wrong? Okay, here's what's wrong. And they'll do some checkups thing and be like, oh, can't figure it out. Now you got to go to the real doctor. So now you got to try to make an appointment with a real doctor, and real doctors are backed up about 2 to 3 months. So then I'll be sitting around because it's not urgent. It's not like, oh, my eye's falling out or I've lost my eyesight. That's the thing. Like, I have nothing wrong with my eyesight. It's fine. I don't have blurriness. I don't have any problems with my eyesight. It's just a little bit of pain behind my eyeball. Likely.
And that's it, because you're just going to waste our time again.
I would have to wait months to even go see a doctor. Now, in months, will I even still have the problem? Because this is actually what happened to me years ago when I had my chronic ear infections. Remember in 2020, I had like 4 ear infections. So finally, I drive an hour to go to the clinic. The clinic doctor says, all right, here's your referral to the specialist. I call the specialist. I make an appointment for 2 months out, but then something happens. I can't go, so I reschedule for another month. By the time it happens, I've already solved my fucking problem.
Oh, they have to bring up something personal.
I don't have
me.
ear infections anymore.
Dumb shit.
So it's like, wow, that's great American healthcare, isn't it?
When you go
so
blow,
basically, unless I have a really serious issue here, I'm not going to bother with even seeing a doctor, you know. But the thing is, I am a little nervous. I've never really had pain in my eye before. So I'm like, what could this be?
My laugh sounds like ack.
We are having a change of the weather here, where it was very warm and now it's cool every day. Could it
Does
be a
that sound
change
like
in the weather is
ack,
causing
ack,
something
ack,
with my
ack?
sinuses?
No,
I don't know.
sounds nothing like
By
that
the
at
way, I'm trying a new allergy medication starting today. Previously, I was taking the generic Zyrtec. Yes, whatever the generic version of Zyrtec was.
If I could get down on my hands and knees and say thank you and
That's what I was taking every day for my allergies. I started taking the generic version of Allegra today. Now, I don't think I've ever taken Allegra. So I'm curious to see how this works, if it works better or worse than the Zyrtec. If anything, I've been taking the generic Zyrtec over the summer. So maybe because I've been taking it all summer, it wasn't as effective anymore. So now perhaps if I start taking the Allegra, it'll feel better. And by the way, because it is going to get cooler very soon, the plants outside are going to start to wilt. The leaves will fall off the trees. No more pollen. I'll have alleviation. And then on top of all that, I'm also thinking of getting the thick, heavy-duty air filters for the house that takes all the particulates out of your air system, because if it does stay cool for the next few weeks, probably within the next month, I'll start turning on the heat at night when it gets cold. But I need to have clean air filters for the house. So all these things going on, all right? I guess we'll see. All right? Now, this show is abridged. Here's what we're going to do. I'm going to do a little bit of housekeeping. I'm going to talk about the schedule for the week, and then we're going to do news. And that's it. There's no Q&A. There's no real time for a lot of stuff today, because I got to get through this show so we can get to the actual Ask the King show, which is my bi-monthly Q&A show. When that show starts, I'll talk a little bit more, because the next one's going to be a Thanksgiving special.
All right.
I have not done a Thanksgiving special of Ask the King in many years. So this will be kind of cool to do finally. Excuse me. Hui. Okay. So, all that being said, let's get started. Housekeeping stuff. Ladies and gentlemen, today is the 22nd of September. All right? This is the final week of September. That means this is your last chance to become a member and have it count towards the members goal for the month. As you can see, we lost even more members during my day off.
YouTube mode on.
All right? This is it. This streaming week. So today, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. 6 days. This is it. This is all we have to hit the 500 members and have the Tier 2 members goal happen. Now, what is the Tier 2 members goal? All right? 2 rewards. Okay? Number 1, you guys will get to choose the kind of Halloween costume that I wear during my Halloween marathon event. Okay? That's number 1. There's certain categories that I usually create, including Hollywood movie monster, comic book character or superhero, pop culture icon, video game character, stuff like that. And you guys vote, and then whatever wins the poll determines what I'm going to wear. Okay? In fact, this coming week, my day off next week, Kat and I are going out to Spirit of Halloween and any other Halloween places we can find around here and getting ideas for costumes and probably buying some decorations, because starting October 1st, it's going to get spooky around here. The Halloween festivities begin all month. Okay? There you go. Now, that's only part 1. Part 2 is that if we hit this members goal of 500 members, I'm going to be doing a special Halloween horror-style react marathon. I've never done anything like this before. What does that entail? Well, it means that we're going to be reacting to the Rob Gavigan YouTube channel. This is a guy who does macabre, odd, weird videos. Countdowns of things you would never believe were real but are. True stories of murderers and strange happenings. We actually reacted to his channel several months ago, and people really liked it, saying it was one of the more unique things I had ever done. And since then, I had spoken with Rob, and he was like, I'm interested in making you a curated list of videos that are horror-themed for Halloween. Maybe the creepiest, scariest things I've ever covered to actually scare your audience. I was like, that sounds good to me. Okay? So, this is awesome, and this is something cool that we can do, something unique and different. I've never done anything like that for Halloween before. But I need the support. Guys, last month, we were over 640 members. We lost all those members because of the activities. Snort. Not because people didn't want to become a member or support the channel, but because of trolls. People who hit me with false copyright strikes. And that hurt the channel, and people either didn't re-up their memberships or didn't want to gift memberships because they were afraid of a looming threat that the channel could be suspended and then they wouldn't get their benefits. That risk is gone. All right? So please, by all means, this week is the last chance. The next 6 days, the only chance to either become a member, re-up your membership, or gift a membership and have it count for the Tier 2 reward. Now, never fear, we are still doing the Tier 1 reward, which was the Halloween Marathon event. All right, that's definitely happening, so don't worry about that. And there's a special React event that I'm doing on October 1st where we're going to react to a documentary. And actually, what I'd like to do today is set up the poll for that. So let's do that right now. Let's set up the poll for what I'm going to be reacting to on October 1st. So, which documentary should Phil react to during his special event on Saturday, October 1st? Option number one. Ready? Pro Jared documentary by June the King. Option number two. Spoonie documentary by Frederick Knudsen. I don't know how to spell his name, so I'm just going to say Frederick K. I'm going to say Down the Rabbit Hole. Option number three, Keemstar documentary by June the King. And option number four, Wings of Redemption follow-up documentary by June the King. Those are your options. So a little bit of elaboration and explanation as to why I think each of these would be interesting. Pro Jared, I literally don't know anything about the guy. I never saw him literally do anything on the internet. The first time I really knew of him was when I went to Screwtack Gaming Convention in 2013 down in Texas, and he was a featured guest. At that time, I learned that he used to work for Screw Attack, but this was long after I had stopped watching them. And I guess he broke off left and went on to become his own successful YouTuber. Great, good for him. All right, that's all I ever knew of him. I didn't know a thing about the guy. Years later, the guy knocked me on the internet, posting up things on Twitter like, oh, I accidentally clicked and fell down the rabbit hole of Dark Side Phil. Ho, whoops. So basically, he's taking stabs at me, even though I have no idea who the guy is and have never said a word about it. Okay? A couple years after that, this guy falls into his own controversial black hole, way worse than anything I ever got sucked into. That's for fucking sure. The entirety of the internet was talking about this guy because of the shit that was going down. And I made 2 Twitter posts. One responding to his original Twitter post from me years earlier and saying, man, open up the internet today and the entire internet is just talking about Pro Jared's drama. Haha, whoops. So people like the fact that I basically kind of struck back at him when originally he had done something bad about me when I had never said a word about him. They thought that was pretty interesting that I'd taken my time, bided my time, and struck back when he had his own problems. And then basically there's the very, very famous tweet of mine. Not my most famous tweet, but a famous tweet of mine where basically I showed my face during the incident. And all the tweet basically says is, so warning to content creators out there. If you've done anything worse than what I did back then in this picture, just quit the internet right now. Don't make any more content. Just give up. Because you're going to have to live with the fact that you're going to get canceled, but I'll still be here and able to make content. You're going to have to live with it. That tweet went crazy viral. Now, a lot of people are like, oh, he slammed Pro Jared. Actually, it's not about Pro Jared. It's just about people in general. All these fucking content creators on the internet love to throw stones at people, but then they all have their own dirty fucking laundry and their skeletons in their closet. And when that shit gets aired out, I'm the one who survives while all of them get torn down. All right? That's really what the purpose of the
You chose to broke the law.
Outside of those 2 tweets,
live with the consequences.
I have no idea what actually happened with Pro Jared. I mean, I saw a few disgusting pictures on the internet. That's about it. You know, I've heard all kinds of things about his marriage and girls and shit. And I'm like, I don't give 2 fucks about what this guy did with women and shit. Leave me alone, you know? But that's it. But the problem is, people took my 2 tweets and, oh, you see, Phil's the guy who destroyed Pro Jared when his controversy was happening. And he never came out and apologized later when the controversy calmed down and it was proven that a lot of that stuff wasn't true. I literally never said a word about any of it. I don't even know what it is. I'm serious. I have no clue. I never looked into it. I never researched it. I don't actually know the extent of what happened with Pro Jared. So this documentary by June the King would be a great opportunity for us to explore that and for me to understand it for the first time because I don't have a clue. Okay? The second option, the Spoonie documentary by Frederick Knudsen, it's the Down the Rabbit Hole video. Many of you probably have no idea who Spoonie or the Spoonie experiment is. But over a decade ago, this guy was known on the internet before the era of high production value YouTube videos and shit like that as just a gamer who loved pop culture, and he would make funny skits and videos about video games. He was a very heavily featured content creator that would be a guest star on stuff at That Guy with the Glasses. It's now channelawesome.com, but you guys know Nostalgia Critic. He would be in his content all the time. That's how I got to know the guy. Apparently, sometime in the last decade, he was canceled off the internet, and I don't even know why. I have no clue what actually happened, but apparently there's all this documentary about how he fell apart, how he lost his mind, and all this. So that would be another interesting documentary for me to react to. The third option, Keemstar. Do I really even have to tell you why this would be interesting? In other documentaries I'm watching, Keemstar tends to pop up all the fucking time. He is involved in everyone else's shit constantly. Yet, he is not some high and mighty figure. In fact, he's probably one of the worst. You know, earlier this year, he wanted to do business with me. And he couldn't even fucking call me during the day when I was available. It was too hard for him. I was supposed to bend over backwards and change my life to take a phone call from the fucking guy. He's an egomaniac. And this documentary apparently
Copper, fuck you,
a lot of the shit that he's done over the years. That one's by June the King. Okay, so that would be a pretty good one to react to, I feel. And then the last one, of course, the follow-up documentary to Wings of Redemption. I believe the byline, it's called It Gets Worse. Essentially, this documentary picks up where the Frederick Knudsen Down the Rabbit Hole video left off and covers the last several years of Wings of Redemption on the internet and what's changed since he got the surgery for, gastric bypass and all of that, okay? So, 4 options. I'm posting the poll up right now on the community tab of DSP Gaming. I feel any of those would be completely interesting, viable options. And like I said, I mean, obviously, 3 of those, Pro Jared, Keemstar, and Wings of Redemption, I have direct interaction and contact with those people over the years. Spoonie, not so much. But Spoonie, I used to be a big fan of over a decade ago. Well, not a big fan, but I was a fan of his through That Guy with the Glasses over a decade ago. And I'd be interested to figure out what happened to him. So there you go. Please vote. That poll will be open for the next week. And that'll determine what we're going to be doing October 1st. Okay, guys? All right. All right. There's one other thing I want to talk about housekeeping-wise. Then we'll talk schedule. Then we'll talk news. And that's the end of the podcast. All right? Housekeeping-wise. We talked about this a couple days ago. It was actually Snow Carl who had asked here on the podcast, Phil, what's going on with DSP Gaming and its status of a number of subs? You've been at 199,000 subs for months and months, and everyone was expecting you would hit 200K by now. What gives? Why are you not hitting 200,000 subscribers? And I made a reveal to you guys that you didn't realize. Okay? Basically, we did hit 200,000 subscribers. Well, here's what's been happening. We hit 200,000, and then the trolls who literally mass sub to this channel with their troll accounts just to troll. That's why they're subs, so they can talk in the chat, and they bide their time to wait and strike and spam with insulting messages and dumb shit, right? Every time they've seen it get to 200K, they unsub a bunch of their troll accounts to make it dip again. So we were at 200K when I wasn't streaming. And then by the time that I streamed again, we were under 200K again. And this happened yesterday. We were at 199,997 subs. And I was watching during my day off. I was going to make an announcement if we hit 200K. And it went there. And then it went down to 980. And then it went to 990. And then it went to 970. And then it went to 980. And then now, I'm not even kidding, it's all the way down again to like not 199,920. It's all the troll accounts. That's how many bots they have. They have 80 to 100, if not more, bot accounts. sitting there waiting to troll at a moment's notice. So when you're wondering, gee, why is Phil not announcing when will Phil hit 200K? I don't know, because we need to get legitimate people who want to sub actually have their subs lock in and not get unsubbed. You see what I'm saying? How long will that take? I would guess over the course of October, when we're going to have a significant number of hot new games, such as, hold on, Overwatch 2, A Plague Tale Requiem, Mario plus Rabbids, Sparks of Hope, Scorn, Gotham Knights, the Resident Evil 8 DLC plus Reverse, and Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2, just to name a few. Okay? Just to name a few. So, yeah, those games are definitely going to bring in some new viewers. Absolutely they will. And I think among those games likely we'll get the 100 or so new subscribers that will lock into 200K. The thing is, I don't really want to even announce it or make a deal about it until we're sure we're going to get 200K and it's going to stay at 200K. Now, it hits it and then we immediately lose a ton because of idiots. So, don't worry about that. I likely won't be bringing it up anytime soon. There's really no reason to. Let's just chill, focus on what we're doing, have a good time. And then when we get to 200K subs, we get to 200K subs. Okay? Now, let us cover the schedule for this week. Okay? And then we're going to do news because there's some huge gaming news. If you didn't hear it, oh my God, some crazy gaming news happened when I had my day off, and I would definitely want to cover that. But let's get to the schedule. Today it is the return of Ask the King. All right? Ask the King is my bi-monthly Q&A show, although admittedly it's now about almost 3 months. Okay? That's going to be the whole first stream. We're going to go from 1 p.m. all the way to 4 p.m. Tonight's late stream gameplay returns. It is Multiverses at 6:45 p.m. Pacific time. And we'll probably do some variety. I'll probably start with Velma again, but then maybe we'll mix it up and we'll pick some other characters. Maybe go back to Bugs Bunny, maybe go back to Batman, or try some others. I don't know. We'll see. But Multiverse is fun tonight on the late stream. Okay? Tomorrow, Earthbound on the main gameplay stream. As we continue on with the game, we're now in Summers, and we're going to do the plot line there. And then tomorrow night, it's Friday Night Fights, old school fighting game fun in the Capcom Fighting Collection, which is actually going to be one of the news stories from today. Yeah, we actually have an update about Capcom Fighting Collection. We'll talk about that in a little bit. Saturday and Sunday, I'm playing the Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 open beta on the Xbox Series X, both major streams. There'll be new weapons unlocked and available to use, unlike the ones I used last week. And we'll be testing out how the Xbox Series X controller works. I would pick it up if the headphones are plugged into it. How that works with it, and also how the 3D surround audio sounds compared to what I was getting on PS5. This will help me make my determination of which version of the game I want to buy come late October, because I'm not sure right now which version I'm going to get. Jasper, what do you think? Oh, did you hear him? He chimed in. He said he's not sure yet. He wants to hear me or see me play on the weekend, then he'll make his judgment. Okay, that's a smart thing to say there, buddy. Okay. So, those are the main streams Saturday and Sunday, but the night streams, well, Saturday night we're going to do more Disney Dreamlight Valley, the Animal Crossing Sims hybrid of Disney, and then Sunday night we're going to do Sunday Night Bites, my weekly fishing stream of Bassmaster, okay? Then on Monday, we're going to do Earthbound again and more Multiverses, and then Tuesday is the day that's up in the air. Now, here's the thing about Tuesday, all right? There is a lot of things available on Game Pass right now, a lot. I believe that Grounded actually launches as a full-fledged game this Tuesday, and it will have an actual single-player story mode, which is cool because the game's premise is very interesting. It's like Honey, I Shrunk the Kids, the game. Did you ever see that movie in the 90s? I saw that shit out of it. I saw it a ton of times. So the game looks cool, but it also has a story mode you can play. Or there was a game I skipped called Hellsinger. We could play that. Or we could just jump into Game Pass and see what else. So I think what we're going to do on Tuesday's main stream is essentially just explore Game Pass, pick a couple things you guys are interested in for me to play, and balance with Earthbound over the next week or two until new releases start coming out in October. Okay? So there you go. And then probably Tuesday night will be more Disney Dreamlight. Now, I've already told you guys that this is the final streaming week of the month, and it's the last time
on my hands and knees and say thank you and still be on camera, I will do it.
There's something else that I have to say, and I am hoping that you guys will hopefully in some way be able to help out, all right? So I got paid by YouTube yesterday, which is good. I got my monthly payment on time. And it was exactly as I had expected, a whole $1,000 less than what I usually get paid for YouTube. Okay? Why? Because I lost over 300 members last week.
What do I
and
do?
it added up to about $1,000.
I need
in lost
that
revenue.
money. I really do.
Okay?
I need that money to pay my bills.
That's terrible. And already with things being tight, like basically this morning I sat down and I paid my essential bills. I paid my car payment, my mortgage, my health insurance for the month. That kind of stuff. All right? Over the next week, a lot of my other bills are going to auto clear, such as the electricity bill, my car insurance, that kind of stuff. By the time the dust settles, all right, I basically did the math. I'm going to have $0. Like zero. Like typically, I would have a little bit extra, and that brings me into the new month. That allows me to do some things at the beginning of the month that I need to do for around the house. This month, I have nothing. I literally have $0 because of the fucking trolls last month. It's fucked up. I should not be in this position because someone broke the law. But I am. Okay? So, if you want to help out right now, this next week, tips would be greatly, greatly, greatly appreciated. Because I'm going to need tips to even afford basic stuff. For example, this coming week that I have off, I have to make a trip to the garbage dump. That's number one. I still have leftover garbage from when I cleaned out my closet and other things from around the house. I need to go to the dump. That's $30. You can't just throw garbage out for free here in Washington. You have to pay for it. Okay? I want to buy some decorations for Halloween. But you know what I mean? I have to afford it. Outside of doing the normal stuff that I do, which is grocery shopping, pet supplies, essentials that I do my one day off a week. You see? So, the best way to support me this week would be by tipping. All right? Now, obviously, I don't want to de-emphasize this. The members are also very important for long-term support. Okay? So, whatever you choose. But just know that if I were to get some tips today, or this week, I should say, it would help a ton. Because right now, I'm literally like, oh my God, dollar to dollar, penny pinching everything because of these fucking trolls last month. Which shouldn't be. They shouldn't have that power over me. And here's the truth. They really usually don't. Like I told you guys when I explained this whole situation earlier this month, this was a situation that was kind of a one-off loophole deal where YouTube kind of got fooled into thinking the claims could be legitimate when they definitely were not. And it was kind of okay, well, I basically have to go through their stupid 2-week process to get it cleared up. But of course, people were going to be afraid. All right? Afraid that they were going to lose their membership, they were going to lose this or that. And then because of that, I lost a bunch of income. And I get that. And I'm not blaming any viewer or anyone who normally would have contributed in August who didn't. It's not your fault. That's their fault. People breaking the fucking law. Okay? So, I'm not afraid that moving forward this is going to keep happening. I don't think it's going to. I think it'll be a rare occasion if I get hit with these false copyright strikes. Because I basically do as much as I can to be diligent and protect myself. This was a kind of a unique situation that happened. Alright? So all that being said, yes, I need help this week with tips by far. If I could hit like the tier 2 tips goal at least once a day, that would be stupendous. It would help a lot. If we could be hitting multiple goals a day, that would be insanely cool. Because that would get me heading into the next month, at a head start rather than, I have 0, starting at 0, which is not good. Yeah, I would definitely appreciate that, all right? Principato, I already accepted Twitter questions, got enough, closed it because I already said I gotten enough. That's why you can't reply anymore. You're way, way, way late. I'm not accepting questions when I'm live, dude. You are way late to the game. Okay. So, yes, if you can help this week, please do. I really need it now because of this asshole last month. Okay? Alright. Gaming news. We had several large news stories that happened during my day off. First of all, you may have noticed that a lot of kind of information seems to have been leaking on the internet lately. It seems like, oh my God, how do we know about what games will be presented at a digital presentation today? How are we aware of this upcoming thing coming out before it was officially released or officially announced? Come to find out, what a shocker. Are you ready for this one? the incredibly stupid practice of game publishers giving advanced knowledge and early access to games before everyone else gets it has backfired because someone was leaking all the information early to get clickbait views and make money. Are you shocked at this? I've been saying for years that they should absolutely positively not give early access and advanced knowledge of all this shit to a select few group of gamers. That if you do that, you're going to, number one, ruin surprises. These games will be all over the internet before they ever release, right? All you're going to get is marketing hype rather than truth about the game, because these people cannot speak truthfully about the games because of review embargoes. And it kind of ruins the whole gaming landscape for people. It used to be, oh, we're so hyped for this game, right? And then what would happen? Everyone would get to play it day one and experience it together. Now, everyone knows everything about every fucking game months in advance. So, come to find out, there was someone called The Real Insider. That was a Twitter account. And this Twitter account used to break gaming news before everyone else publicly talked about it. Their claim to fame was a big Ubisoft leak. They were teasing that there would be a Japanese-themed open-world RPG called Project Red, and several other Assassin's Creed games that would be released. And they revealed this 4 days before that Assassin's Creed showcase happened earlier this month, right? And they were like, so how the hell did they know before everyone else? Right? This doesn't make sense. And by the way, this wasn't the first time they had done that. There was a bunch of others. This Real Insider Twitter account kept spoiling game shit for everyone ahead of time. And everyone's like, how are they getting the inside info? Come to find out, it was actually a YouTuber called Dan Allen Gaming. This guy, all right, is he huge? No, he's not a huge YouTuber. He's kind of what I used to be back in the day when I was doing stuff on KO Gaming. That's kind of what he does. He doesn't do like raw gameplay and stuff like that. Like, he's not into being a Let's Player. He's gaming news, edited style videos, and stuff like that. His stuff gets okay views, tens of thousands of views, sometimes more. Like, I think he did interviews with voice actors and stuff in the industry, and depending on the voice actor and how prominent they are, sometimes he can get hundreds of thousands of views on a video. Again, depending on the subject matter, his videos can get popular or not be very popular, kind of like me when I was doing KO Gaming. Think about it like that. That's basically the kind of channel he was doing. But based off of the clout he had on his Dan Allen Gaming YouTube channel, he was getting all this advanced access and advanced information about events coming up, and he was under embargoes, meaning legally he was not supposed to ever be speaking about this stuff to the public ahead of time. And he was anyway. He created a secondary Twitter account called Real Insider, and that was supposed to be drumming up interest for his own kind of videos on Dan Allen Gaming. In fact, it was directly correlated. Some of the things he leaked on the Real Insider Twitter account were then big videos he made on the Dan Allen Gaming channel, and he directly benefited and profited off of his own leak. So it's pretty messed up that it happened, but at the same time, guess what we should say? Guess what, game publisher? Wake the fuck up. Stop it with this, oh, someone's special on the internet and gets all the information early. You shouldn't do that. It's dumb. Yeah, you really, really, really overvalue the idea of influencers in the modern era. Because what you're doing is you're falsely presenting hype for games that aren't out yet. You're telling people, hey, here's insider info. Here's coverage that you can have of the game early. But by the way, you can't say anything negative about the game because it's not out yet and the review embargo didn't lift yet. It's basically paid advertisement. And when someone like this is now exposed for abusing the system, you got to say that's one that got caught, right? So how many people aren't getting caught and are abusing the system? How many people out there are making giant bank off of this system? And how are game publishers so fucking stupid to think that this should even be happening today? It just shouldn't be. You don't need to give advanced access to any of your shit. Everyone gets it on day one and judges it fairly. Not, oh, illegally, well, not illegal, but immorally paid for hype for 3 weeks before the game fucking comes out because everyone got it early, right? It's bullshit.
Why am I toxic?
You want to market your game, market on true marketing. Oh, here's the features of our game, and sell it on that. Don't sell it on paid advertisement because you're a bunch of fucking assholes who can't make good games and you need to shill junk like State of Decay 2. Yeah, the biggest case where I 4 years ago, got my nuts roasted on Twitter for calling out that there were people playing the game early, being paid to do so, and were basically putting out paid advertisements. Like 10 big prominent YouTubers and streamers attacked me on Twitter. Oh, Phil is just he's a dinosaur. He's the old man who's jealous he doesn't get those opportunities. I get those opportunities. I get them. I turn them down because I'm not a fucking paid shill scumbag like you dumb fucks who attacked me 4 years ago for it. Now it's all coming full circle and you're realizing why this practice was never a good idea to begin with, because it's all about this. And when it's all about this, there's no genuine journalism. There's no genuine reviews. It's just, what can I do for this? So at first it was, oh, I get to play the game early and I put out streams that I get paid for. And then my viewers all pay me a ton of money because I'm playing it early. Now it's, oh, break the news early and personally benefit with secret insider videos and insider information. What's next? So how about this? All you people who criticized me 4 years ago, shut the fuck up, you stupid bitches. All you ever do is take a fucking paycheck. You don't have any fucking morality. You don't have any genuineness. And your entire viewer base to you is just your fucking paycheck. You don't care about the content you put out. That's why you take the fucking paycheck every day. Now we see direct consequences for this system happening. And now it's such a bad person. No, you're the reason why the system exists.
Nothing like that at all.
So go fuck yourselves. Okay. YouTube changes are coming. Okay? 2 interesting YouTube changes are coming next year. Change number 1, you're going to be able to monetize YouTube shorts just like you would monetize regular YouTube videos. Huh? But I thought YouTube shorts were 15 to 60 seconds long. You're going to put an ad on that? Like, I can justify putting out a video that's 10, 20, 30 minutes long, an hour long, and putting a few ads on that. You're essentially watching some kind of feature-length content. But when you're putting out a tiny video, a little joke, a little clip, a snippet of something, and now you're going to slap ads on it. I don't know. I don't know how this is sounding to me. Imagine having an ad on your video longer than your fucking video. And this could definitely happen, but yet they're claiming next year they're changing the revenue model for shorts, and that it's going to be happening next year. I guess we have to see. So here's the thing. If it's like a little banner ad or something, then I guess that's okay. But if it's actually, watch this video before you watch the video, and that video ad is 30 seconds and the short is 15, what the fuck, right? Another change YouTube is making, they are going to allow you to monetize licensed music. Good? Allow me to explain. Up until this point on YouTube, if you made any video with licensed music, even a game playthrough where that music was officially paid for to be used in the game, but is a licensed song and some other company still owns the rights to it, your video would have one of 3 things happen. Number 1, your video would get content ID matched, and when that happens, it means you make no ad revenue whatsoever on the video. Or, in recent years, there's been something where there's called revenue share, where basically you can share revenue with another company. In most cases, that doesn't happen. Usually, you just lose all ad revenue on the video. Option number 2, your video gets muted. Yeah, you have a silent video on YouTube that's only video and no audio. So it pretty much destroys your video. Option number 3, your video gets removed from YouTube and you may or may not receive a copyright strike. Those have been the 3 options up to this point. What YouTube is going to do starting next year, they're going to make deals with all the major music labels. And essentially what's going to happen is if you make a video with a licensed song in it, great, but you lose some of your rights to that video, and whatever music company owns the rights to the song you're using will make up some of the ad revenue of that video. Everyone's assuming it'll be a 50-50 split. We're not exactly sure yet. But essentially what it is you'll still be able to make videos on YouTube with licensed music and not have to worry that, oh, my channel's going to get shut down. My channel's going to get strikes. My video will be removed, and why did I bother making it? Apparently those won't be issues anymore. It's actually funny because I've told you guys recently I started watching some Nostalgia Critic stuff again because I heard about him and people were telling me about his controversies and stuff, and I was like, I wonder how the guy's doing. Does he still make content? I go back and find out the guy's been making active content literally nonstop and never stopped. Now, admittedly, some of his stuff is pretty annoying with the amount of ad placements he has in his content now to make a living. It's very, very annoying.
Oh,
but
whale. Oh, that's cool.
he still does his shtick and everything. But sometimes I'll go to watch a video of his, and all of a sudden, a whole portion of the video is muted. I'm like, what happened? Oh, he must have had licensed music in that part, and YouTube blocked it. So now you can only watch the video muted. It's shit. Actually, my wife and I also watching some YouTubers do playthroughs. Sometimes sections of the videos get muted. We're like, what happened? Did our audio cut out? Is the internet fucked up? Nope. Video's just muted because it had licensed music. So this should basically avoid that. Supposedly. All right? And it will create a situation where content creators can use licensed music again as long as they're willing to understand that they are going to lose some money. Okay? All right. Now, another news story. Capcom Fighting Collection is going to get an update this week on Tuesday. Yes, I'm not kidding. The game has been out for 3 months, and they're finally going to update it. What are they adding? Viewable hitboxes in training mode. So if you take any of these games in the training mode, you can turn on hitboxes, and then you can actually see where everything connects and hits. That's kind of neat. If you're trying to learn these games, this is going to help you, for sure. New gem colors for Puzzle Fighter. So if you played Puzzle Fighter 2 Turbo, which I never even played in the collection, new gem colors. Big fucking deal. View your opponent's connection status and more. Oh, actually see the quality of your opponent's connection. You mean something that should be in any game that has competitive online play on launch will now be added. That's interesting. But the problem is, honestly, none of that solves the problem with the game. The problem with the game is, number one, it's not cross-platform, and number two, not enough people bought it because it was too expensive at launch, so you don't have a player base to play online. Why are you adding the ability to see your opponent's connection quality when there are no opponents?
You piece of donkey shit. How about this?
You guys have seen, I play this game firsthand every week, right?
All right.
Every week, we have a very hard time finding opponents. We have to accept every person we find, because if we don't, I'll be sitting here waiting endlessly.
WWE champion.
Why in the hell
You do.
did they add in
You
a feature to
probably
see
know way
connection
more about
quality
the fucking
3 months
game
late
than I
when
ever
no one
will,
plays the game
'cause
anymore?
You're an idiot. You're an obsessed loser.
Anyway, I responded to their tweet because this was on the Street Fighter Twitter account. I responded yesterday. I said, I am one of the few streamers who still plays this game consistently only after a few months. The player base is non-existent on the Xbox and incredibly small on the PlayStation. There need to be bigger changes than this, like a huge price drop for the game or cross-play enabling, or it's going to be totally dead in another month. Do you think that they responded?
Shut up this dude who's being
I would hope at least, considering I was the only I want to keep playing the Capcom Fighting Collection, and I can't if there's no one playing it. Okay, next. Embracer CEO Lars Wingfors talks to investors yesterday about the new Saints Row game and its reception. He basically was all over this game on pre-release, pushing it as the next hot release for them, expecting that it was going to do incredibly well. And apparently he sounds pretty upset. He still believes the game overall will make them some money, but his actual quote, personally, I had hoped for a greater reception of the game. It has been a very polarized view. Yeah, and the polarized view is your game fucking sucks. It's a piece of shit. It's buggy as fuck. The plot sucks. The characters suck. The gameplay elements suck. It plays like a game from 10 years ago you didn't play test. Yes, it has a polarized view against it because it's a bad game. Perhaps if you wanted to make money on it and have it be a big hit for you, you should have made something called a good game. Then maybe it would have sold. You know? Like, wow. I mean, I'm a CEO, and I don't understand why our newest game didn't sell. Did you see any reviews of it? Or do you live with your head firmly shoved up your fucking butt cheeks? Your game is terrible. It has so many issues. It's not just, SJW shit, because it's not just about that, although some people admittedly will say the game sucks because of that. The game is a mess. Did you not leave your mansion for a minute and open up your fucking internet for 1 second, to see why people hate this game you said was going to be a moneymaker? You're an idiot. And you're the CE fucking O of Embracer Group, and you're an actual idiot. You proved it talking to your own investors that you're a dunce. All right, now we get to the real story. Twitch is falling apart at the seams. First of all, last week, the big gambling scandal hit, where it was revealed that Twitch streamer Slicker had basically scammed his viewers, his moderators, and other fellow streamers out of over $300,000, promising them that these would be loans, and he was addicted to gambling and went and blew all the money gambling and never paid anybody back. Once he did this and it became a big popular story, all these people started coming out of the woodwork saying, yeah, I'm addicted too. All these Twitch streamers are advertising these slots sites and these other gambling sites. They even have promotion codes to make a cut when I gamble on these sites. And I'm addicted and I can't stop. I've lost $1,000. I've lost $5,000. I lost my house. They all started coming out publicly talking about this. And everyone's like, what the fuck? Dude, we thought Twitch was bad. This is way worse than we even knew. We're talking, people who should not be gambling. Underage kids admitted they were doing it, which is illegal. Okay? So what ended up happening was basically
from
Twitch
Apple
came
iTunes.
out after a bunch of hot, heated pressure from other people, including some streamers. Some top streamers said, listen, the holiday season's coming up, and if Twitch does not address this gambling issue, we're not going to put ads on our content. We know that Twitch directly makes money from ads. We'll just won't run ads, and yes, we'll take a hit, but we know that our supporters will support us in other ways. Twitch can go to hell. They got to fix this.
From PayPal.
So Twitch came out and said, oh, guess what? We now are banning any streamer from streaming these gambling sites. But here's the funny part about the announcement. No one actually fucking read it. Everyone read the announcement and said, oh, Twitch bans all gambling. And I saw so many big streamers, content creators, and even journalists coming out with the front page headlines, Twitch TV bans gambling. But they didn't ban gambling. No one read the announcement. If you actually read the announcement, what it says is Twitch bans offshore or overseas non-US registered gambling sites from being used. Why? Because these were the ones that basically weren't regulated properly. And yes, admittedly, these were the ones that were getting abused the most. People were able to go to these and have no regulation on how much they spent. No one was paying attention on if the sites actually were paying out what they were claiming you could win, or if it was all bullshit. You could literally be going to these sites and spin 1,000,000 times and never win. You know what I'm saying? But how would you know? They're overseas. They're not in the U.S. And gambling is regulated in the United States, but is not regulated worldwide like it is here. So these could literally be scammers and you don't know it. So basically what Twitch did is they said no more of the international sites. They did not ban gambling. You could still gamble. In fact, they outright even said you could still do sports gambling. You want to bet on, the March Madness. You want to do fantasy football or fantasy team. That's still allowed because most of that is based in the U.S. and it's regulated. But outside the U.S., that stuff's banned now, right? So it's complete bullshit. People are all saying that Twitch did the right thing, and all Twitch did was avoid a lawsuit. Okay? It's bullshit. They actually didn't do anything, and the only reason they did it was because they were threatened. They didn't do it because they cared. They didn't do it because, this is for the greater good. They only did it when they were directly threatened by a concerted effort of people saying, we're going to not give you money during this busy fall season when you need it. Okay? So to make matters worse on top of that, as if that wasn't a big scandal, Twitch has come out with a big blog post. And essentially, their blog post says the following. Starting next year, Twitch will no longer offer a 70-30 revenue split to anyone on the site, period. If you start streaming on Twitch in the middle of next year, I think they said it was June, it's a 50-50 revenue split. They're reducing it from 70-30 to 50-50. So previously, any income you made on Twitch TV, the streamer keeps 70%, Twitch takes 30%. Now Twitch says we're entitled to half. Okay? Now, this will not affect existing people who are in the partner program. However, they are changing the partner program contract to say if you make over $100,000 a year on Twitch, then you go to the 50-50 split. So the more you make, the less you make. What? Yes, I'm not kidding. That's how the contract it is now worded. The more you make, the less you make on Twitch. Like, huh? And now here's the thing about that, because you might say, oh, I wonder, I'm just curious, what's the reason? Twitch said this, if you can believe this. Yeah, just listen, I can't believe this. Video hosting costs have gone up. So that's why we have to do this. Video hosting costs have gone up. Oh. Really? Like, think about this. Scratch my head. You know, I really thought long and hard about this. Okay? Really, I thought long and hard about the very struggling independent company Twitch TV, who really has been working hard to really struggle with the finances to have the server space to all these streams. Oh, you know, they really, you know, because they're all on their own. What the fuck are you talking about? You're owned by Amazon. You're owned by one of the biggest companies in the fucking world. You're out of your mind.
Grab some salt.
You're completely disingenuous. You are lying through your fucking teeth with this blog post. It has nothing to do with server costs and server space. You want more money. Just admit it. Just say, we want more money. We haven't been making enough. That's all you have to say. And people are like, well, I guess, all right. I mean,
someone please
this
shut
is
up.
absolutely
Who's being
stupid.
a moron?
It makes no fucking sense at all. They were greedy. By the way, if this really was a big deal, okay?
I need that money. I really
every
do. I need
single
that money.
website
My
on the
bills.
planet be affected. Gee, did you hear about that impending huge change to revenue share on YouTube? Oh, no, I guess I missed the boat on that. When did that announcement happen? Oh, it didn't. And YouTube has more server space than Amazon.
I don't have money to do it. I don't have money
They're
to do
using
it.
infinitely more.
I don't have money to do it.
With the on-demand videos and streaming, they're
I don't have money to do it.
exponentially bigger than Twitch in that regard. And they're not increasing their fucking revenue share cut. So what the fuck are you talking about, you greedy piece of shit? I hate disingenuous companies who lie. They are literally making shit up to try to justify that they want more money from the people who, by the way, are the only reason they ever made $1. If it weren't for the content creators who provide free content to Twitch on a daily basis, Twitch would have nothing. They wouldn't even have a business. They would have no way to make money, because who the fuck would go to the blank hosting website? You need people who are creative to come to your site. You need to recruit these people. You need to get them to stay there, and you need to get people to trust you. All right? What they've done in the last couple of years with all these scandals that keep breaking. This person banned for no reason while another person gets a slap on the wrist for the same kind of infraction. This shadow banning happening here. Oh my God, SJW issues. They all get treated one way while people who are conservative get treated another way on the site. Hot tub streamers, sexualized content for minors, gambling on the site. And now, amidst all of this, like there's not enough going on around you. Oh, by the way, we want more money. If ever there was a time for people to ditch Twitch, now is the fucking time. If you haven't seen by now how fucked up that business is, how unprofessional. If I could describe Twitch TV in one word out of the entire time that I was there, the best word I could have to describe it, unprofessional. Nothing they do acts or even is in line with a professional company. Their moderators are a joke. They do whatever they want and fix all their problems after the fact. You have no line of contact with them. They will ghost you whenever they feel like it. They'll change policies whenever they feel like it. They'll do whatever the fuck they want and treat you like dirt while raking in money on your behalf because you're the creative talent, not them. They are scum. And yet people still, oh, I love Twitch. It's so good. Yes, there are benefits to streaming on Twitch. Don't get me wrong. But at this point, the negatives far outweigh the benefits of being on Twitch. You chose to break the law. Because
Live
you guys,
with the consequences.
to me, last month, were begging me during the false copyright strikes here on DSP Gaming, you were begging me to go back to Twitch. I am never going back to Twitch. That is the absolute positive last resort. If there were no other places to stream on the fucking internet, then I would maybe consider and only consider going back to Twitch. I am not ever going to waste my time with that fucking company. How you cannot be more unprofessional than how they have behaved. And they have no signs of changing. Their management is utter shit. They don't know what the fuck they're doing. They don't know their ass above their fucking elbow. It's insane how bad that company fell apart in the 5 years I was streaming on them. Because remember, why did I originally quit Twitch back in the day? Because they were unprofessional. They came on my stream demanding I lower my bitrate. And when I very fairly told them, there's some of your top streamers right now using the same bitrate I'm using, they denied the fact, despite the fact you could easily figure it out by just looking at the source code of the fucking page, so it's an outright lie. They forced me to a different standard than the other people.
What do I do?
Unprofessional. Fuck you, I'm leaving. So I come back years later, things have changed.
The
Over a
Ziggy
4-year
Piggy's
period,
back.
they go downhill, 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 downhill again. It's like, seriously, they need to get the fuck, they need to get out of here. They're a terrible company. And it sucks that there are people who kind of feel trapped. They feel like that's the only place they can make a living. And, you know, that's unfortunate because I feel like if YouTube would actually up their game and simply add some similar features here to what Twitch has, YouTube would absolutely destroy them at this point with the streaming game. I mean, the quality of the streams here are way better than Twitch. They just are. So why don't they win? Because YouTube doesn't care. YouTube just jumps on trends like TikTok and shit with their shorts. And at one point they cared about the streaming. And then within 6 to 8 months, they realized they weren't going to beat Twitch and they gave up. Sad. They could beat Twitch. Right now is the perfect time. Strike when the iron is hot. Much like years ago when YouTube was falling apart and I said if Twitch jumped on that game and had their own video hosting for on-demand videos with the streaming, they would take over. They did not do that. They decided to only focus on streams. They failed. They missed a huge opportunity. Now it's YouTube's turn. Okay, Twitch is fucking up left and right. Everyone's talking about how this site sucks. Let's change that and bring everyone here. Let's give them a
Phil,
reason.
you know, we contribute
right?
to you.
What are they
going to
do?
Seems like it's a black hole.
You
Because
really
it
think
always
YouTube's
seems like no
gonna
matter
take
how much we
advantage?
contribute,
They haven't
you're
yet.
always still
I
having
don't-
problems.
I'm
You're
not
always
feeling
still
too
in
good
debt,
about
and nothing's getting
Anyway.
better.
I agree with you. Jasper Kitty is laying on top of the AverMedia capture device. Completely. He's holding it with his paws like this. Now, Jasper, I don't mind that. But when I play games tonight, you can't do that because that might disconnect. Actually, I'm not using it right now, so I don't care. That's pretty funny. He's laying on top of it. That's it for the Level 1 podcast. Let's do shout-outs, and then we're going to go right into the Ask the King show. I have some shout-outs. On the YouTube side of things, we've got Wendy420, who became a member for 3 months in a row. Thank you for your support, Wendy. And Wendy says, Sly Cooper collection after AAA releases end. I mean, I did replay Sly Cooper 2. Or was it Sly Cooper 1? I think it was Sly Cooper 1 I replayed a second time. I don't know if I ever did second playthroughs of Sly Cooper 2 or 3. It's always a consideration, but I'm not going to commit to it. Pila did a super chat and says, I freaking love you, Phil. Well, thank you, Pila. And then Pila became a member for 2 months in a row and says, will you play Sonic Frontiers? I 100% am playing Sonic Frontiers. Audio Object re-upped their membership for 6 months. Says, I never see this $4 leave my account. Oh, because you're on auto. So you never see it leave your account because you're automatically on it and just does it behind the scenes. Yeah, I hear you. Oh, excuse me. Thank you for your ongoing membership, Audio Object.
Are you a
Thomas
functional
Green did a
retard?
super
I
chat
have
saying,
to
don't you
ask."
use reviews to know to buy a game or not? Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. But usually what I try to do is get a consensus based on a bunch of reviews out there. I don't just believe one person. However, I've said many times before, and I'll say it again, we don't need advanced reviews. Advanced reviews are a thing of the past, the dinosaur age of the 90s and 2000s. Now, with everyone available to play these games at launch and all give their honest, fair, honorable opinions that are not a shill fucking ad, that's what we should do. No one should be getting early copies, in my opinion. IP2 always wins. Did a $2 super chat and says, join the IP2 streamers and do RV road trips. No, not doing that. But thank you for the super chat. Let's get that on the leaderboard. IP2 always wins. That's what it is. And Bookworm became a member this morning. Thank you to Bookworm for the membership. I don't know if that was a re-upping or if that was a new one, but I thank you, Bookworm. Okay, now, on the tip side of things, we have 2 tips so far today. The first one's from Choco Boko with a $5 tip. I appreciate that. Let's get that up on the leaderboard. No, not Choco Bobo. Choco Boko. Choco Bobo. Okay. Says, I'm just glad you're not on Twitch anymore. YouTube's where it's at to me. I'll see your streams and archives all here. Sure, still has a lot to improve, but it doesn't have ridiculous outcomes like Twitch. We will have some to talk about. Actually, one of the questions, I believe, today was, what are your advantages now that you're on YouTube, and what are the disadvantages of leaving Twitch? So I'll go into more detail on Ask the King about that. I don't want to talk about it now on the pre-stream. Thank you for your first tip, the first tip of the day there. Oh, you guys are hearing a Windows disconnection sound? That's Jasper. Jasper was on top of the AVS capture device, and it has a very wonky USB cable. So you're hearing it unplug and replug and unplug and replug. Luckily for me, I'm not doing any gameplay right now, so it doesn't need to work. That's what you guys are hearing. Okay. And Pika Pika tipped me $1.50. Says, I'd like to include that my Android 5.0 can still play your streams just fine, but Twitch still buffers. Twitch always buffered. Twitch always took more bandwidth and was less quality. Twitch does not have the same encoders as YouTube. YouTube used better encoders. So you can watch a higher quality video, more frames of animation, crisper visuals, and higher bitrate, and takes up less bandwidth. YouTube's just superior. The problem is they don't try to compete. They're not. All they need to do is add half the features that Twitch has that they don't. Easier modding, seeing chat history for a troll, IP banning a person, having a real chat that moves rather than this comment system, so that's more robust and interesting, so you can have crossover of emotes to other channels, gifted memberships, channel points. All they got to do is implement the shit Twitch has. Twitch would be gone. Who would want to be on Twitch? Just adding discoverability to streams on YouTube would probably double the amount of people who stream here. The problem is there's no discoverability on YouTube. No one is finding me streaming today. Oh, I discovered Phil, streaming today. No one does. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that is it for the Level 1 podcast, a shorter show. Usually it's an hour and a half long, so it's only an hour. Let's end the show. Tons of questions will be answered on today's Ask the King. So I urge you to check out the show when you get a chance. It will be live here on stream. It'll also be uploaded to DSP Gaming after the fact. Sorry that we didn't have a lot of time for a lot else, but hey, why do we have time for Q&A when we have Q&A? Right? Thank you all for watching, and let's jump into the show. Thanks very much. I appreciate that, and I will see you in a minute. Cool. What? Okay, guys. Now, the difference here is today we are not leaving this setup. Today, all I'm doing is I'm swapping backgrounds. Get the Ask the King template up here. See that? We got a few. What else do I got to put up? The Ask the King logo. Where is that? There we go. I'm trying to think if there's anything else I have to do. I think that's pretty much good to go. Of course, the cowboy hat. So let me get that. Jasper Kitty, if you'd like to go into the closet, I just opened it. That was just genius level. Okay. So. Oh.
Special delivery.
Give me a minute. What we're going to do is the intro, and then we're going to get started. Sound good? See how quick that was? I already had it all ready. I had it ready to go. We're ready to start already. Now, one quick thing I will say, because we're about to get started, I am going to quickly use the restroom, but just so you guys know, again, this is the whole first stream today. Tonight there is gameplay, Multiverses, 6:45 p.m. Pacific time. I hope you'll join me for that. But this week, I really need help with tips. Why? Because I lost $1,000 that I normally would get from YouTube. I lost it this month because of those trolls and the false copyright strikes. Tips would help make up for that this week. I'm looking to hit, hopefully, at least the tier 2 tips goal at least once a day on one of my streams. If I could hit it on both streams, that would be tremendous. It would help me right now, hitting it in a month. But we'll see what happens this week, all right? If you guys can help, would absolutely appreciate it, okay? All right, let us get started. Now, what do I have to do for that? Hold on. A little behind the scenes here. You guys usually don't see me do this. That's the intro. This is the throne. Okay, so this is what I run to start. Then I play the throne. Then I play the intro. Beep, beep, male motherfucker. And then we get started with the show. So let's do this. I'm going to go use the restroom quick. I'll be right back, and then we're going to get started. So give me like 2 minutes. I'll be right back, and then we'll start. All right. Fuck you From Software. Fuck you.
Miserable. Just miserable.
It's Tevin's fault. I'm a pussy. Couldn't do anything. See, I can't do anything on reaction. It's garbage. Tiger, tiger, row, tiger, row. My last shot, fly golden arrow. Oh yeah! Whoa! He didn't die. So if you're gonna be an asshole, you're gonna be treated like an asshole. You're gonna be shown the door. Say goodbye. I need that money. I really do. I need that money to pay my bills.
$16.51 from PayPal. $110.09 from Apple iTunes.
Alive and well in Israel. I don't have money to do it. 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 All right, guys, we're going to get started right now. I just finished with the restroom. I got an anonymous $10 tip. Someone made a dick joke. Do you want to hear it? Or do you just want me to start the show? Here, I'm going to update the leaderboard at least. Someone made a silly dick joke. Give her a pill, and that's it, because you're just going to waste our time again. Well, I start the fans? What does that mean? Start the fan. I love Hulk Hogan's dick. What fans? Confusing me. Do you really want to hear it? Hello, Derek. Thank you for that. I'm going to mention that. What you were talking about, Ask the King being on Thanksgiving, I'm going to mention that right away when we start. That was some good trivia because I was interested about that. Bookworm doesn't want the dick joke, but Lemon Cat does. All right, here it is. Wiener, 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 I made you out of foreskin, and when you're cropped and ready, upon your dick I'll spin. What the fuck? That was a take on the Dreidel
Derek.
song.
I appreciate that.
I just realized. Dreidel, 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 I made you out of clay.
Fat fuck.
And when you're good and ready, isn't it like I'll spin you or something? Why the
Fuck.
some weird people out there, man. Like, who would even... Yada. Oh my God. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen,
What
let
do
us
I
now
do?
get ready for Ask the King. We're about to start. Let's do this. Here we go. And by the way, if you enjoyed today's show, please give it a like. Remember, we're going for 100 likes on every stream. We're already at 65, so it's a good head start. But as you know, when I start answering questions, I don't really talk about that. So thanks in advance. All right, here we go.
The Ziggy Piggy's back.
It's been pretty slow.
Mail, motherfucker.
What is going on, everyone? Hello, and welcome to Ask the King. Or I should say return. The return of Ask the King. It's been a while. The last one I did, I believe, was
You
in
want to play the fucking
early
game?
July. And so we were planning on doing this probably in early September, but here we are at the very
YouTube
tail
mode
end of
on.
September.
Say goodbye.
Only because of timing constraints of things. It didn't really make sense to do one earlier in the month when I was juggling other stuff. Now things have definitely slowed down. I said, let's do it. As you know, Ask the King is my bi-monthly Q&A show where I answer your questions. Now,
So when I
over the
laugh,
last year or so, since I returned back to YouTube full-time, things have changed a bit.
does that sound like
Basically, I get a lot of questions now from my channel members, those of
sounds
you who are
like that at
active
all.
members of my community and who have all those cool benefits of becoming a paid member. And I appreciate those who support this channel in many ways. You guys are the vast majority of questions that I now answer on the show, okay? However, there's still open questions. I'm going to answer a few of those today. And there's a few Twitter questions as well that I grabbed. If time permits, we may take some questions out of the stream chat, but I particularly appreciate those who submit their questions early because that gives me time to review them early, get better answers for you, and that's how the show works. Now, this is episode 92. We're almost hitting episode 100. Can you believe that? If things go the way they're going,
Play the
next
game
year,
constantly to make
we
money.
should hit
I'm
episode
not.
100. The 100 episode anniversary of Ask the King. That's going to be pretty crazy to think about maybe doing something special for that. All right? But all that being said, the next episode is tentatively scheduled for November 24th, 2022. All right? For those who don't know, that's Thanksgiving here in the United States. All right? So it's a national holiday, and likely what I will do is the only content I'll do that day is Ask the King. I'll just sit here and I'll do an Ask the King episode, and that's it. While Kat will likely be making us a delicious dinner, which I can't wait for. I love her Thanksgiving cooking. And that's a nice way to do it. I actually have not done that in years. It was actually Derek's here today, and he was reviewing my history of Ask the Kings. He's like, the last time you did a Thanksgiving special for Ask the King was 2019, but since then you never did one in November. Like, well, I think I will do one this year. I think that would be pretty neat to do one this year. Okay? So, I'm excited. And if you are interested in getting your question answered on the next show, I've already set it up. You can type exclamation point Ask the King into the stream chat. It'll bring up the link to go to dspgaming.com and post up your questions early. Or you can just go to the website yourself. If you're not watching this live on stream, you're watching on demand. You just go to dspgaming.com. The thread's already there under the Ask the King section. Okay? Now, excuse me. I received another $5 tip from this anonymous tipper. I had read their ridiculous over-the-top dick joke that they included with their previous tip, and they said, here's another $5 for doing that. So thank you for that. I appreciate that support. One quick reminder for Ask the King. I'm already wearing a hat. As you guys know, typically when I hit $100 in tips, I put on a hat on my streams now, but I'm already wearing a hat for Ask the King. So if we get $100 in tips, you guys get to choose. Do you want me to keep this hat on, or should I change it out? All right? It's up to you. I'll give you the choice. Of course, as usual, if we hit the full tips goal, then we'll have a vest come into play as well. All right. Without further ado, I feel like we should jump into the show. By the way, Jasper Katie is very active today. The fall has hit here in Washington State. It is nice and cool outside, which means my window is open, and it means that the air is coming in. Jasper, whenever he feels fresh air in the house, he gets hyper. He's running all over the house today. So you might hear him running up and down the halls. You hear the bell jingling. He might jump on the chair. Expect some silly Jasper antics today. He's doing it right now. He's running up and down the hallway. So, okay. Let's get started. So, I almost never mention this, but I will mention it today because it actually is
Someone
pertinent.
please shut up this dude.
As you guys know,
who's
I have a
being
Patreon.
moron.
Patreon.com/DarkSidePhil. People who pledge to my Patreon earn perks. Some of the cool perks that you can earn are getting a
I'm a
private
pussy.
video made. And in recent months, we've had some people who have requested not the old style Q&A videos that I used to make, but actually some private react videos. These are videos where I'm reacting to content they're specifically requesting me to react to. So I've been doing these, and they've actually caught on. People seem to like it. So now I had 4 different ones this month. But the thing is, when you pledge $50 to my Patreon, you also qualify for all of the tiers underneath.
Motherfucking piece
I
of
don't
shit.
think a lot of people
cocksucker.
realize that. So one of the tiers underneath the private
Mark my
video
fucking
is to
words.
get your question answered on this show.
I'm
Guaranteed.
I'm
So
gonna
one
find out
person
who
took
the
advantage
fuck
of it
you
this
are.
month. Slayer.
You
Slayer recently has been
motherfucker.
purchasing
You
these
are
private
fucked.
react videos.
Let
for
this be
topics
noticed
such as
live on
K-pop
the
music
internet.
videos that I've been
You're
reacting
fucked.
to,
And you are done.
as well as some other stuff recently as well. That was Jasper running in the office, if you're wondering what that noise was. He just jumped in the window. He's having fun. So, that being said, let's see what he has to ask, because he took advantage and he has 2 questions for us this month, okay? So the first question from Slayer. Seeing that you have watched the video of K-pop girl group concepts on Patreon, which is public, so I guess what he's saying is, hint, hint, the video is public. He uploads it to his YouTube channel. You can check it out
The
if you want.
homosexuals are evil people.
I wonder what your
who
thoughts are
passing
on the
around
different types of
AIDS.
concepts that are shown on K-pop as compared to American pop artists in the U.S. Do you think that these concepts are interesting and unique? Do you think American pop showcases a diverse type of music and concepts, or do you think that it's limited to a few of the same concepts? All right. First of all, I got to preface this because you have no idea what he's talking about. He had me react to a 20 or so minute video, and what this video did is it outlined categories under which K-pop musicians make music. And it was things such as cute, fun, strong or strength or fierce, like almost like badass, like tough, like deep mental anguish kind of stuff, like sad stories or emotional stories. I'm trying to remember all of them because there was like 9 categories. There was a ton of them, okay? And essentially, what this video broke down, which is kind of interesting, is that they literally go by these categories. You could take any K-pop pop song and look at how they're acting, how they dance in the video, how the lyrics sound, how the music sounds, how the artistry and the shooting of the videos is, and they all fit into these categories. One of them was actually like horror themed, which was kind of neat. They actually had things that were like watching a horror movie, but it was a music video. So I'm watching these, and I'm like, yeah, that's kind of interesting, because I was thinking back to the 1990s when I used to follow pop music. I don't anymore. Okay, I'm older. Ever since the 2000s, I stopped. I haven't really actively followed new pop music or anything in a very long time. Okay. But when I used to watch pop music in the 90s, it was hot because of MTV and a little show that was called Total Request Live. Anyone remember that show? What this was before the era where all music was just on the fucking internet for free. You basically had to go to MTV, and every day you would call in and people would vote. I want this music video played. I want this music video played on the show. And so you would watch TRL, and there'd be musicians and artists and celebrities on the show as guests, and then they would play a countdown of like 10 of the most requested music videos of the day. All right? Think about how back in the day, they used to do like the Billboard Top 100 on the radio. So essentially this was that, but on TV. And when I used to watch pop music back then, I definitely saw categories, okay? There was kind of like, definitely like cutesy girl pop, which was more like the early Britney Spears, where she's a schoolgirl dancing around a school, and it was supposed to be like a cutesy teenager kind of a song. But then there was the way over the top, more sexualized stuff, half-naked women dancing around. And by the way, I will definitely say this. American music, even in the 90s, the American pop music was way more sexualized than anything that I've seen or that Slayer has had me react to in the K-pop stuff. I mean, the K-pop girls are very conservative compared to the shit that they used to do in the United States. I mean, they would be completely almost nude, water pouring down on their bodies, oil squirting everywhere. Like, what the fuck am I watching? And this was allowed on TV. Kids were watching this constantly. This is what was on TV back in the day. So they're way more conservative over there. But what I would definitely say is, although you could categorize it, it was more generalized categories. Like the boy bands would have one song where it's like an angsty song about an emotional relationship, but then they'd have an upbeat song where they're all dancing, and, you know, but it wasn't like as many as K-pop. And definitely what I'd say is there was a lot less because, this is actually said in the K-pop React video that I did, is that there was no industry established in the 1990s to have pop groups be pumped out and manufactured en masse. There was no idol culture like there is in Korea, like there is in Japan. It was very different here in the United States. You were lucky if you were getting into a group like NSYNC or, excuse me, the Backstreet Boys or 98 Degrees, and you actually made it. There were tons of people who tried, and they all failed. Very few got any kind of prominence and featuring on something like Total Request Live, you see? And there certainly was no system of manufacturing that style of group. In Korea, there is. In Korea, they have a whole cultural industry based on, you bring these kids up, you train them to dance, you train them to sing, they have to interact in a group. They can't be in relationships because that destroys the air of mystery around, could you possibly be in a relationship with these people who are dancing and singing on your TV? Of course you can't, stupid, but it's part of their culture to believe you can. It's really different from anything that we have here in the United States from what I can see. But no, I would say from in the 90s, I didn't see many parallels, like very few. You know, in the 90s, for example, you would turn on your TV to watch pop music and it would be like Sum 41 paired with like Soundgarden, but then there would be fucking NSYNC and Christina Aguilera, but then there'd be like, you know, R&B and hip hop too, like Dr. Dre or Snoop Dogg or Eminem, but then you'd have like pure R&B. You're like, damn, so you have like 10 different categories of music, but it's all considered pop music. Well, when you look at K-pop, it's all almost the same. You know what I'm saying? You wouldn't categorize, and by the way, they also seem to be crossover. And what I mean by that is a K-pop group will do a song that has hip-hop in it, but then they'll do a song that's a power ballad, but then they'll do a song that's poppy and cutesy for the summer, and it's all the same group. While in America, at least, if you were an alternative rock group, all you did was alternative rock. If you were R&B, all you would do is R&B. You would never really jump genre to genre like it seems like the K-pop groups do. So I would say that's a lot of different things culturally from our countries and the way that things work, for sure. So there you go. The second question Slayer presents. He says, you recently watched a highly edited review as part of Patreon, as well as about Cyberpunk 2077. So if you don't know what this is, he had me react to a video from a guy, I think his name is Maxor, and he's a YouTuber who does what's called incorrect reviews. He does a review of a game, and literally half the shit he says is wrong, but then he actually pairs it with everything that's correct about it. But it's interesting because he interjects really quick jokes and things, quick edits, jump cuts and things between jokes and memes and things. It's very funny, but at the very same time, he puts so much into it. It's very hard to follow. You actually have to like pause and think about half the stuff going on, because sometimes he'll do 10 of them in like 20 seconds. You're like, what did I just see? I saw Rick and Morty, the Nostalgia Critic, something political, a joke from a sitcom, you know, a couple game memes. Like, damn, it all came out of nowhere. And now I have to like process what I just saw because it came so fast. So I think it's interesting. And I actually had a really good time watching the video. I found it very entertaining. But I also found the guy was very intelligent. He literally hit upon a lot of the points that I made in my review of Cyberpunk, but also had this crazy funny edge to this review as well that I really enjoy. So anyway,
it's been pretty
that's
slow.
What he's talking about. Okay, so he says, so his review was super fast and had edits with multiple jokes and references. Some people enjoy that video style, but some find it too fast and confusing, and they say it'll give them headaches. Do you enjoy it? Do you think that this kind of review style is enjoyable, or do you think it's too all over the place to really like? I liked it, but definitely that's the kind of thing that what was I going to say? Oh, I definitely think that's the kind of thing that if I'm going to watch it, I would want to sit down and analyze like I did in that react. I don't know if I would casually just want to watch it because you're going to miss half the shit. You know what I'm saying? Because he's very smart with the way that he interjects all those references. And I did enjoy the quality of what he put out. But I don't know if I would just sit there and watch his stuff raw. I might sit there and be like, okay, there's a new Maxar video out today. Time to spend an hour on this thing. Trying to, you know? But that's a good thing, you know? And by the way, Slayer had actually said to me, would you consider doing reacting to Maxor? Like, would you ask Maxor for permission and maybe react to his channel one day? I said, well, let me look into it. Maxor has closed DMs on Twitter, has absolutely no contact information whatsoever on his YouTube or Twitter account. You cannot reach the guy. So I guess the guy just doesn't want to be touched or reached, which I respect completely. If he just wants to make his videos, that's all he cares about. I'm down for that. I get that. I want privacy in my life too. And basically, I'm not going to do it. Like, I'm not going to do anything here on my channels about that, like with him, unless I get permission. And it looks like there's no way to get permission because he's just not reachable. So there you go. That's correct. He's a recluse. I heard he actually lives up in the mountains of Tibet, and he lives with the monks. That's what I heard. Maybe it's a rumor. Okay. Thank you, Slayer, for your ongoing support of my channel and my content, and thank you for your questions. Now let's move on. The next questions, all right? The next questions are from members exclusively, people who are members here on DSP Gaming, and posted up their questions in the thread that I created for members, all right? And by the way, this is the vast majority of questions. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4 pages of member questions, 1 page of forum questions, and 1 page of Twitter questions. So, if you didn't believe me, when I told you guys, hey, becoming a member of DSP Gaming is a ginormous advantage because you get your questions answered on the show, seriously, you're missing out. I mean, I wasn't exaggerating or anything, okay? By the way, and I did want to check on this, I received a $25 tip from 1 Minute Man, and the reason that I wanted to add that early is so that it's more accurate, because you guys can see that we're actually close to hitting some of our goals now. Since I am going to still be here for about another 45 minutes before we even take a break, it would make sense to add this now, okay? So we're currently at $46 in tips. I'm near $4 away from hitting our Tier 1 tips goal. And again, I really appreciate if we could hit these goals this week. I need the help dramatically because of all the trolling that I got last month. All right. Our first member question is from Bookworm. And Bookworm asks the following question.
Hint.
If your schedule was free and tips were not a concern at all,
I need those.
what are a few
Honey, I
games
really
you would like
do.
to
I
go
need
back
that
to and
money.
replay
Pay my
extensively?
bills.
Well, first of all, one thing that I would like to do one day, I don't know if I'll be able to, I would like to go back at playthroughs that people felt were some of the best I ever did, or games that feel kind of nostalgic because you liked my original playthroughs of them.
It's none of anyone's
play them
business.
for a modern audience. There's tons of games back in the day that I played before I was any kind of an interactive streamer, and even in some cases before I even did direct capture. We're replaying those games in the modern day. I feel those playthroughs would be better. Take a look at my Earthbound playthrough of today compared to the original. I would argue today's playthrough is 10 times better than the original. Seriously. And recently, we've replayed games that have been a lot of fun to replay, and I think I would like to do that at some point. All right? Now, what games would those be? I don't know. I'd have to think about it and really go back into my history. But I'm sure you guys have some of your favorites. You probably think about it. You'd be like, oh, this game in particular is one of my favorites he's played. I would love to see him do that again many years later. So those I would like to do. But in addition to that, I would say Lost Odyssey is an RPG that I played right before I became a YouTuber. Okay? I loved it. It's from the same studio that made Blue Dragon, the same studio that had people from previous Final Fantasy and Dragon Quest game development. What was it called? What was the name of the studio? I actually forgot the name of it. But this studio was contracted to make a bunch of games for Microsoft. And I really, really liked Lost Odyssey, although it is very difficult. It's Mistwalker. Thank you, Pokemon. Yes. The game is very difficult, it's lengthy, and it requires a lot of grinding. So, I always wondered if it would fit into a formula where I could do a playthrough for it, because I was wondering if I would retain an audience, knowing that there's parts of the game that are so hard that you have to go back and grind. There are super bosses I never beat that I would like to beat, and man, it would be great to do that, but again, it might be ultra challenging to do so. But I never had a chance to play it. One day, maybe. I would like to, but again, would it be something... When I'm playing bigger games than that, like Earthbound and Final Fantasy VII, and those are tough to retain an audience, you got to wonder about Lost Odyssey and how it would do, right? Another game I want to go back and play, Chrono Trigger. I've only played it once, almost a decade ago. There was no live interaction on my streams, no face cam. I feel like a second playthrough of Chrono Trigger would be outstanding. It would be just super duper fun. So I absolutely would like to do Chrono Trigger at some point. Although right now there's no viable way to do it. You can't even play it on a console right now. Stupid. And now here's a cool one. Here's one that now we are definitely going to do. Suikoden. I've told you guys over the years so many times about the Suikoden series. I loved it. I thought there was a game where you could recruit so many different people to be part of your group. And I felt that it was one of the best JRPGs of the PS1 era. I absolutely loved the games. I played 1 and 2 and loved them. 3 is not so good. 1 and 2 are really, really good games. I always wanted to play them. Okay? Guess what? I never did. There really was no way to viably do it. But next year, it was just announced. The Suikoden 1 and 2 collection.
Game?
They're redoing the visuals. They're redoing the controls. They're redoing the sound effects. They're redoing a ton of shit. It'll still look like an older game, but it's going to look more like Octopath Traveler than a game from the PS1 era. So, I'm excited. I'm absolutely positively excited for the Suikoden collection next year. Smelly Vision, I feel like I should directly respond to Smelly Vision and say it sounds like I'm not like having issues from today. Number one, the window is open. I have fresh air in the office. And number two, I'm on a new allergy medication, Allegra, and it seems to be doing pretty good. I'm not really getting much at all. It seems pretty good to me today. Maybe it's a rare day. I don't know, but I feel pretty good in that regard. Okay. Our next question is from Wendy420. It says, I have a two-part question. You've been actively involved with gaming across multiple console generations for over a decade. Do you think there will ever be a new console to rival Xbox and PlayStation? And if so, what would the console need to do differently?
A mutated
to
creature that
looked like it was sitting in a wheelchair. No, I don't think so. I actually feel now the market is oversaturated. And I feel like if we had another one, it would not do well. Even if it stepped up, I don't think so. I think having the big three, Microsoft, Sony, Nintendo, that's all the market will bear. I really feel that way strongly. If anything, now that we're seeing that these games can now be streamed over the internet and played pretty favorably, you know, a good example here would be, you know, on PS Plus Premium, we actually played a few of those games like MotorStorm Apocalypse and it was fine. That game was not pre-installed on my PS5. That game was being live streamed over the internet. I wasn't using a console to process it. I think that's the future. I think what's going to end up happening is less consoles. They're going to consolidate almost. And what you have is what you get. And eventually, once the internet advances to be good enough, it'll all be just over the internet. That's what I feel. I think we're getting there. It's going to be a while, maybe another 10, 15 years. But I think that's where we're heading. Just like I told you guys previously. I said to you, hey, guess what? I strongly feel that games are going to now be all digital. There's not going to be discs anymore. And everyone told me, no, there will still be collectors who want them and all this and all that. And I was like, no, I really don't think so, man. I really don't think it. I don't think that's going to happen. I'm feeling strongly against it. And look what's happened. All the games are now going digital, right? You buy collector's edition of the game, they don't even give you a disc anymore. So that's what I feel. Malcolm, no, I didn't get a tip from you. I just checked. And I see Chocobo Go Pika Pika, 2 anonymous tips, and a tip just came through from Super Mario Sunshine fan. That's what we've got so far today. I don't see one specifically from you. Speaking of which, Super Mario Sunshine fan just hit me $4.20. Says Lost Odyssey would be an awesome playthrough. There's actually an area relatively early on where you can pre-grind easily. By the way, I'm loving your Earthbound playthrough. I'm very happy to hear that. Thank you for the tip. And yeah, so Malcolm, as you can see, the tips are working. And I don't know why yours wouldn't have come through. I even just checked and no, I didn't get one that was blocked or anything like that. I never blocked you to begin with, but I checked and no, nothing like that either. So, okay. No, there was no $1.99 tip. No, there was not. It's Gunnar Glasses time. But yeah, I do not think, oh, it wasn't a $1.99 tip. That was a super chat. Thank you. I'll look at that. There was a super chat I missed. Thank you. I didn't see it. That I can do. All right, now Malcolm's tip came through. $5 tip. He says, I'm pumped for your show. Always a lover of Asks the King. Thank you, Malcolm, for your support. And now the Gunner glasses have gone on. Very nice. Thank you, guys. Okay, continuing on. There was a super chat from Dietrich. And he says, crowns up, grays down. That is a reference to members. There you go. I don't know where you guys come up with this terminology. I certainly don't use it. But anyway, thank you for the super chat, Dietrich. All right. Continuing on to our next question. My nose. Our next question is from Christian. Christian asked the following. He says, Phil, I've been a fan of yours since 2010, and I'm wondering, why do you think some games from Japan get Western releases, but others don't? I feel like some long-lasting franchises will never get a release in the West. I think it's annoying when you just can't play all the games in a series. Why do you think sometimes only a handful of games in a series get Western releases, but not others? Thanks for answering. You know, it's interesting because this is very pertinent to something that just happened, okay? As you know, there's this game series called Yakuza here in the States, but internationally it was always called Like a Dragon. That's true. It was always called Like a Dragon. Ryu ga Gotoku. That means like a dragon, right? So, this game series is incredibly popular. It wasn't always. And it was very, very Japan-centric, meaning in Japan it was one of the biggest franchises. Everyone talked about it, played the shit out of it, and they were very apprehensive about bringing it across the ocean to the United States and wondering how it would do. When eventually they did bring it over, it had a cult following, but it never got super popular. But then over time, they started releasing the other games, and it did. It finally caught on. So, you know, we all knew it as Yakuza over here, right? We didn't know that it was actually called Like a Dragon. We didn't know that it was any different in Japan than it was here, but it always was. So come to find out, they've always been doing spin-off series of this game series in Japan, but those games never came to the United States. We didn't even know they existed. I literally had no clue there was a samurai spin-off series. And it's been out for years and very popular in Japan. In Japan, they felt that games that were Japanese-centric would just not do well over here. But then, with the release of a game such as Ghost of Tsushima, the Japanese started looking at it like, wait a minute. That game did really well. And that game's about Japanese culture. And that game didn't even come out from a Japanese studio. An American studio made Ghost of Tsushima. So because we didn't make the game about our own culture, another studio made it, and they got all the prominence from it. Right? They're like, oh, shit. So this company, Ryugo Gotoku, realizes, oh, I guess there is a market for Japanese culture stuff in America. So now they're releasing their game. It was originally called Like a Dragon Ishin, I believe. It's a spin-off game where all the characters from the Yakuza franchise are actually characters in feudal Japan fighting these wars with samurai swords and all kinds of stuff. So it's kind of interesting.
I'm Japanese.
And again, this is a game that's old. This is not a game that was, it just came out like a year or two ago. This is an older game that now they're finally porting for modern audiences here, and Western audiences.
Alive
so,
and well in Israel.
It's very interesting to me that finally they're kind of changing their tune and they're going to experiment with this and see how it does. But what I think it is that in Japan, they just feel certain things aren't going to catch on. And to some extent, some don't. And some do. But, you know, a lot of games are kind of a dime a dozen these days. How many games are JRPGs with a very anime-ish look, some kind of a cutesy, over-the-top, cartoonish girl character that's like a mascot, and a bunch of magic, and you know what I mean, medieval, or future steampunk instead, but it's all anime-ish looking. There's like a million of those games, right? They're not even unique anymore. There's been so many of them. And it's because in Japan, they're insanely huge. You might say, well, why are they so big there? Because they're Japanese-centric, and over there, they eat that shit up. We were just talking about Splatoon. Again, in America, is Splatoon big? Well, if you own a Switch, you probably bought Splatoon, or you know someone who did. It's a multiplayer game. If you own a Switch, you're probably going to get it. In Japan, it's literally the biggest selling game they've ever had. It sold the biggest record-breaking sales of any game they've ever sold in history in Japan.
You suck shit. We
Fucking
don't want to hear you
Splatoon.
talk ever again. Just shut your
Here
face.
we don't think of it
In
like
fact,
that.
If you would actually
You know what I
zip your
mean?
lips
So things are
permanently,
just
put
kind
a
of
zipper
different
on
over
your
there.
lips and go zip,
And I feel like
never
maybe a
talk
lot of the
again,
times
you'd
they
be
don't
better
think
off.
that
Your
what they
content
think
would actually be better
will
off. if
sell
you
there
shut the
would
hell
sell
up.
here. And that's why they don't have the same kind of deal. There you go. Thank you, Christian, for the question. Okay. On on to page 2. All right. Our first question on page 2 is from Kane's Corner. Kane asked the following. Actually, it's just Kane's Corner asked the following. With all the games that you've played over the last few years, and the fact that companies love to do these remasters as of late, what game from your past would you absolutely love to see remastered for the Xbox Series X, PS5, Switch, etc.? Well, I had to think about this one. And I would say there's 2 franchises, one of which is readily available, but definitely looks dated. And another that's not readily available in any modern version. It's just the originals. Okay? The first
The
series
homosexuals
would be
are evil
Infamous.
people who are all
Infamous
passing
1
around
and 2,
AIDS.
and of course, the Festival of Blood DLC for Infamous 1. These are 2 games that were PS3 era, and they looked great, played great on PS3, okay? But definitely the visuals are dated. You can't get them on other consoles. In fact, the only way to play them is to get the PS Plus Premium service and stream them. You can't download them. You have to stream them, all right? I would like to see those games remade with more modernized graphics, better lighting effects, more atmospheric effects in the game, because the lighting effects were really good on PS3. Can you imagine what they would look like on PS5? Okay, maybe sell them as a collection, the infamous modern collection, right? And here's the thing. If that collection sold well, they could use that as evidence that Infamous should continue, because Infamous Second Son undersold. They put a lot of time and effort into it, and honestly, why did it undersell? Was it the gameplay? No. Was it the graphics? No. It was the story. The main character just wasn't interesting. He was kind of boring. And you didn't have the appeal of Cole McGrath in the first 2 games. You had no investment in the character. So you didn't really care. He was more of a whiny asshole than anything else. He was not very likable. So that's why I didn't feel like the game really did that well. I definitely feel like if they redid this original collection and it sold a lot, it would say, oh, wow, we should make another Infamous, and then we could have the franchise kind of start again. I liked Infamous. I'm sad that it disappeared the way it did. Okay? So I'd definitely say that. And then the other thing I would say is Fallout 3 and Fallout New Vegas, but with modernized graphics, because those games are now available on Xbox Series X at 60 frames, and that's about it. They don't look good. The graphics are still very outdated. I would like to see them completely upgraded from the ground up, like redesigned graphical engine with modern lighting and detail and everything redone. I think that would be pretty cool, because one of the shortcomings of playing those games is, man, those games looked better when they came out because we didn't have these great graphics back then. So now you watch them and you're like, shit, it's 60 frames per second, but man, those graphics look terrible, right? The characters look horrible. They're hideous. Give me better looking, more realistic characters, you know, more graphical effects and things, make the game look and sound better, redo some of the sounds. I would love that. There you go. Okay. Continuing on. The next question is from Clyde Baxter. He says, is there anything you truly miss about streaming on Twitch? And I think there was another question too, similar. And if there is, I want to answer them both at once. Hold on a second.
Blah 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 blah.
I think there were two that were almost the same question.
Blah 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 blah. What the hell are you talking about?
Maybe not. All right. So, watch me find it in 5 seconds. So Clyde says, is there anything you truly miss about streaming on Twitch? Yes. There's quite a few things that I miss about streaming on Twitch. All right. Number one, an intuitive chat that's easy to use and carries stuff over to other chatters, right? One of the big features on Twitch is when you become a paid subscriber of someone, you can use their emotes on someone else's channel. Because on YouTube, there is no chat room. What you are talking in right now if you're watching live, or what you're commenting on now if you're commenting on this video on demand, is a list of comments. That's it. It may look like a chat room, but it is not. It is an individual list of comments. And since emotes only apply to the things on that individual channel, when you become a member here, you can't use your emotes on someone else's channel. That appealed to some people on Twitch, and it doesn't. Okay, here on YouTube. I missed that. I miss channel points in a huge way. Channel points we only had for a few months, and in the couple months that I used them, we implemented so many fun new events, right? We had Call of Duty streams where it was based solely on wagering of channel points to see, will Phil get this many kills in a set amount of time? Will he use this weapon and do this? In the Super Mario Marathon I did, can I beat a stage in this amount of tries, this amount of lives in a 30-second time frame? That was really neat. We had a ton of fun with those channel point challenges.
That money, I really do.
Went
I need
away
that money.
when I lost my
bills.
partnership on Twitch because Twitch is unprofessional and a bunch of fuck faces. So, excuse me. I definitely miss channel points. I wish that we had a way to do that. Sadly, there's no way to implement that on YouTube right now. I looked into it. The things that people try to do here, they don't work. You got to have a bot in the chat that manually tallies up people's points based on the amount they chat, and then they try to get their point total bad. Just put it that way. It's just not a good system. Okay? Okay. I miss discoverability. Right now, on YouTube, if you want to see someone streaming the Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 beta, and this weekend I'm playing it on Xbox Series X, and you type in streams of Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 beta, good luck finding mine.
Oh my god.
I mean it. Like, good luck. It will never come up. YouTube's algorithm sucks ass. It just has so many things in it that's bullshit. It's so hard to get noticed on YouTube for streaming.
It's gonna clear up.
All right.
I swear.
Now, good news is, because, by the way, Jasper's laying on the capture device again. If you hear a USB sound, that's what it is.
Okay, it's actually starting to feel better.
We're in a situation here where I've been around for 14 years. I have enough of a viewer base that knows about me that will come check out my stuff, and I don't have to worry about, oh, no one can find my streams. All right? Thank goodness. But it sucks because on Twitch, you had discoverability. On Twitch, someone would type in, oh, the hot new game's out. Let me find a streamer. They'd find you right away. You get a bunch of new viewers who've never seen your stuff before. It was easy to be discovered. It was. And it's just ridiculous that they want people to come here and stream, but they won't do anything to make your streams findable or discoverable on YouTube. It's just dumb. It's like they're missing a whole feature. You know what I'm saying? Like, why would I want to stream if no one can find me? And then, of course, this is a huge one. Amazon Prime versus YouTube Premium.
Stop this!
Amazon Prime. When you have Amazon Prime, you get free shipping from Amazon.com, you get access to Amazon Video, and you get a free Amazon Prime membership. It's called a Twitch Prime membership to gift to someone once a month. It's a free membership. I had a lot of those over on Twitch. There is absolutely no excuse that YouTube does not take their YouTube Premium service and add in a free membership to that once a month. Because YouTube Premium is great. You don't have to see any ads whatsoever on YouTube. You have the ability to save videos in a watch later playlist. You'll actually download the videos offline to your device, and then when you don't have internet later, you can still watch them. Okay? There's a lot of cool benefits. One of the really cool things, you can line up a bunch of videos in a playlist, okay? Have the YouTube app set up, play the playlist, minimize the videos, and still listen. So essentially, YouTube becomes a music player for you. Pretty fucking neat. I love that too. There's a lot of good features in YouTube Premium for sure. But the fact that they have not added in the free membership is ridiculous. It would literally cost them nothing. They're not losing anything by doing it, and it would benefit streamers a ton. I don't know why they don't. That's another big lost opportunity. So, yeah, I would say the channel points, discoverability, carryover of emotes from channel to channel. All right. The YouTube, the Twitch Prime subs. Man, there's so much, right? Just think of all the things we just mentioned. And now there's one final thing I will say. All right. Here on YouTube, I get consistent support from my viewer base, and I absolutely appreciate it. But I do miss those moments. We used to have those, oh my God, jaw-dropping, what the fuck moments on Twitch when someone would go crazy one day and do like a giant cheer or, a giant tip. You know what I'm saying? Or a ginormous bomb of gifted subs. Those were fun, right? And they were very common on Twitch. It's not common on YouTube when that happens. And I'm not complaining. I get consistent support from my viewer base every day. So it's not a big deal that we don't get that. But man, you remember over on Twitch, you would get those giant things that would happen. You'd be like, whoa, a humongous tip, a giant cheer. Oh my God, 100 people just got a sub or whatever. And it just seemed it would happen a lot over there. And here, since I came here, it just doesn't happen that often. All right. But that's just me being honest. I'm sure you guys can think of a bunch of other things that are lacking here on YouTube from when I streamed on Twitch, right? There you go. An anonymous $2 tipper says Deathloop has been added to Game Pass and PS Plus Premium. Do you think with the game you're not sure you'll enjoy or that'll be any good, you'll wait for it to come to Game Pass Plus and help save money? It seems like two completely separate statements. The first statement is Deathloop was just added to Game Pass and PS Plus Premium. Okay. Do you think with games that you're not sure that you'll enjoy or that'll be any good, you'll wait for it to come to Game Pass or PS Plus to help save money? It's completely different. Yeah. Weird. Anyway, in regards to that, what I would say is today, I do have to be more careful about the games that I buy outright. You know, dropping 60, 70 bucks on a game that people end up not liking. You know,
what do I
have
do?
to basically try to get stuff that I know people are going to enjoy. And yeah, things are tighter today. I literally just told you guys I lost $1,000 this month that I normally would make because of trolling with the false copyright strikes. You know, I lost 300 members. That's bullshit. And now things are much tighter now for me on a monthly basis because of this kind of stuff. So yeah, I am. I'm tight on a lot of things. And I got a penny pinch and I got a cut here. I used to have more flexibility. Used to be like, there's a new game coming out. You have no idea if it's good or not. I'll just buy it on a whim and play it, right? I can't do that anymore. Definitely. Game Pass, PS Plus Premium, etc.
$110
Makes it possible to try out a ton of new games that I definitely wouldn't have bought because I either can't afford them or they're a risk. Right? How many games in the last year on just under Game Pass alone did we try out and we're like, holy shit, this was really good. And I'm glad that I tried it. Right now I'm playing two. I'm playing Bassmaster and I'm playing Disney Dreamlight Valley. I rest my case. The Game Pass has been tremendous in this way. So, yeah, I would say yes, I have to be more conservative in the games that I buy. And yes, I'll be trying more games out that are under Game Pass, etc., because they are free. There you go. Good. Okay, moving on. Project Hail Mary says, what exactly goes into the YouTube algorithm? I know it's not good to dwell on past actions. Do you regret making 10-minute videos back in the day? I know a lot of people had to unsubscribe because their inbox was getting spammed from the amount of content that you put out.
PayPal.
I also was one of those people, but I resubscribed after I noticed longer videos coming in. As always, I love your content and appreciate everything. If there was a definitive, 100% transparent way that the YouTube algorithm worked,
I don't have money to do it. I don't have money to do it. I don't
it
have
would
money
be
to
a
do it. I
double-edged
don't have
sword.
money to do it. I don't have money to do it.
Because if everyone knew exactly how it worked, people who were greedy would abuse it. Let's be honest here. There's people out there, they don't care about the quality of what they put out. They don't care about anything except making $1. So the day that, here's the magic formula of how to get your video prominent on YouTube. Boom. Immediately, you would see people taking advantage and whoa, insane popularity and money based on it. Okay. Here's what I can tell you. All right. From what I've noticed being here over the years. There's a certain algorithm that catches a certain way. And it has to do with the way your video is presented. It has to do with all kinds of factors. All right. One weird thing that I've noticed, and I know this sounds dumb, but I absolutely to this day believe it's true, is that if you create a new channel on YouTube, all right, and you abide by certain criteria, and you happen to get a video that catches the algorithm, that video can make your channel popular for a while just based on the algorithm. And as long as that viewership keeps coming into the new channel, you can kind of at least semi-retain it. However, at one point, YouTube channels become not so prominent in the algorithm anymore. And even if you continue to make the same kind of content, it just doesn't get featured anymore. All right. So an example here would be DSP gaming is not featured in the YouTube algorithm at all. Maybe I'll show up in related results every once in a while. Maybe I'll be a recommended video once in a blue moon. But YouTube is not viewing DSP gaming as a prominent YouTube channel. I've been around since 2010. My channel video length went from 10 minutes to 15 to 30 to an hour. All right. That's all big changes. My videos went from having no thumbnails to thumbnails. My videos went from having very abridged titles to very detailed titles. My videos went from having one style of one style of tags to another style of tags. Okay. All this has changed over the years. Okay. And the algorithm also has changed. There was a time when the YouTube algorithm favored longer videos.
I don't care.
So, for example, if I was playing Call of Duty and I only played it in 10-minute increments, someone who's making a 30-minute increment video will get featured over me because their video was longer and had what YouTube considered longer engagement times. Yeah, but that changed over the years too. Okay, there's a lot of things you can do to get your videos to try to hit the algorithm, and there's people who try a lot and fail. Okay, one other thing about the algorithm you gotta be careful of is the negative side of it, because if your video gets flagged for any of the dastardly deeds that you can do on YouTube, okay, meaning they feel that the video is exploitative of children, the video has gambling, the video has excessive gore or sexual content, the video has excessive adult language, the video, I mean, I could keep going. But there's like these factors that happen that if that hits the algorithm, not only will your video get flagged, but your whole channel may be blacklisted from YouTube as well. Yeah. So basically, yeah, it's pretty weird, this YouTube algorithm. I wish I could sit here with you and explain to you exactly how it works, but no one knows how it works because it changes on the fly. And YouTube, I guess, feels if they told everyone how it really worked, then people would abuse it. Here's what I've discovered, okay? Engagement is key. When you put out a video, if that video gets likes or dislikes, views, and other kinds of clicks of any kind, that helps the video. If that video has a thumbnail of a certain style, you may have noticed the vast majority of YouTubers who do this for a living have a thumbnail where their face looks like this on it, or you know, it's a certain like over-exaggerated style thumbnail. I don't know what it is, but for some reason, that gets people to click on it more, and it makes it be favored in the algorithm for some odd reason. I don't know why people are that dumb, but they are. They think that one thumbnail style is prominent, and it's gonna, you know, and it works. People will do it. It's just really stupid. There's various things you can put. People used to abuse YouTube tags. It was so ridiculous. You put things in your tags that had nothing to do with your video. So when people search for like, let's say there was something in the news today. Let's say, so Queen Elizabeth II just passed, rest in peace. Someone will put out a new video and be like, oh, here's the new graphics card of NVIDIA was announced. And in the tags, they would put Queen Elizabeth II passing, rest in peace. And people searching for Queen Elizabeth, their video would pop up. All right. I don't think that works anymore. In fact, tags apparently don't even work at all anymore. When you put a tag on your video, it does nothing. Now YouTube goes purely off of what you put in the title. So that's another thing for the algorithm. You have to have a catchy title with as many descriptors in the title as possible, because that's what people are finding when they search, not what's in your tags of your video anymore. So, I mean, there's a million things, okay? There's a million things that you could do. And personally, I don't care. I'm just being honest. I know some of them I could employ right now. I don't care. I put out a certain style of content for a certain audience and a certain viewer base that likes it. I'm not looking to have my content break into the mainstream and get millions of views. I've been there, done that. I did that back in the day with certain gameplay styles. I did that with KO Gaming in 2016 with a certain review style. I know I could do it right now if I wanted to. But I don't want to be that clickbaity, absolutely
Kevin's
ridiculous drama queen kind of content creator. That is still to this day what is prominent on YouTube. It's sad that it is, but you know, that's what hits that algorithm and gets everything noticed, and I don't want to do that. So, okay, Haseo X5. By the way, Haseo, your name is Haseo X5, right? It's not Haziox 5, is it? Just let me know how to pronounce your name. But anyway, Here's their question. Good afternoon, Phil. When the God of War Ragnarok release dates were coming, everyone was excited. Everyone wanted more information about the collector's editions of the game, but there was one major thing about them that was kind of in question. The collector's editions were not going to be with a physical copy of the game included. Instead, you would just get a digital code to download the game. So my question to you is this. Do you believe this is a smart move on their part? Do you see other developers or game studios adopting this method? If so, what could this mean moving forward for those wanting to having the actual copy of the game versus a digital copy? Okay? Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to answer this question as matter-of-factly as possible. Please listen. All right? It's very important. Ladies and gentlemen, the year is 2022, and it is official that outside of Nintendo games, which I would say are an exception to the rule, ladies and gentlemen, you ready for this one? You can't buy physical copies of games anymore. It doesn't exist. It's a myth. People want to keep talking about it and acting like you can. It does not exist. I'm serious. And people right now are probably freaking out saying, what are you talking about? Right now, I could drive to my local Walmart. I could drive to Target. I could drive to GameStop. I could drive to Best Buy. I could drive to a store. And I could buy a physical game and come home with it. Wrong. It's completely incorrect. That's not true at all. Back in the day, that was true. It's bullshit. All you're doing is you're buying the digital license to that game, going home, and installing the game just like anyone else who just does it from their console. You're not buying anything extra. That disc is a coaster. That box is a fucking collectible. All you're doing is getting an added collectible that has zero value. There's no value to buying that game. Okay, there's not. This ended years ago, but people still want to believe that they're buying the game physically. You are not. You don't own the game. You own a right to a license of the game. That's it. You don't own the game. You didn't buy it. You don't have it. Right now, if you go to the store and you buy Splatoon 3, I take that back because I said not Nintendo. Nintendo's a different case. We'll talk about that in a second. What's another hot game that just came out? It's on a disc. The Last of Us Part 1. All right, there you go. The Last of Us Part 1. You go to the store. You buy the game. You bring it home. You put it in your PS5. What's the first thing that happens? Connect to the internet. Download the game. You don't have it. You can't play the game off the disc. You don't have the game. Most games only have a few basic game files on the disc. And then you're downloading the rest of the game. Plus all the day one patches. Plus all the updates. And plus any improvements. You're downloading the whole game. You should have just stayed at home and got it off the internet to begin with. You wasted your time going to the store. Ow. Now, in a very weird, odd twist, yes, you can still resell those physical games and unlike getting it digitally, okay, when you buy a physical game, which is not a physical game, what you're getting is a physical license as opposed to a digital license. So if you buy The Last of Us Part 1 digitally, whatever account you bought it under, that's what you have it forever. You can't give that license to someone else. It'll always be under your account on PlayStation Network. If you go and you buy the physical disc of The Last of Us Part 1, your license is in your hand. You see? But that's still not the game. That's just your license. The game is not on that disc. Okay? So, here's the thing that gets me about this. All right? When you buy Collector's Edition, I want God of War Collector's Edition. Okay? Great. Good for you. Buy it. It's going to have all these cool collectibles or whatever.
Care.
You're doing it because you're a collector. Right? You're probably buying it because you want all kinds of nice things. You don't, like, the game itself will be the same. Whether you buy it digitally, whether you buy it in that Collector's Edition, whether you buy the Standard Edition, you're still playing the same game. You didn't buy a different game. It's the same license, right? If you're a collector, all right, and you buy the Collector's Edition of God of War Ragnarok, and you're a hardcore fan, are you ever going to trade that game in? Probably not. The whole point is you want the game to be part of your collection. That's why you wanted the physical disc to begin with. So why does it matter if it's a disc or just a code to download the game, as long as you got the collector's edition with all the other stuff you wanted? Why does that matter? That disc is not the playable game, right? If it was, you put it in your PS5, it would still say downloading before you could play it. You don't have the game on the disc. There's no, you see what I'm saying? So if you wanted to, and you had the disc, you could trade it in, but how many collectors out there would do that? Probably none. I was the exception to the rule back in the day. When I was doing this for a living 10 years ago, 13 years ago, I would buy the collector's edition, play the shit out of it, all right? Beat it within a few days. But the value added to the collector's edition is I did a release day unboxing video showing you everything that came in it. And then a lot of the times that stuff would be part of my setup behind me that would then be on camera. So I got extra value out of it. But the game,
confused.
once I beat the game, I traded it right back in. Yeah. So I got some value back out of it. Most collectors are not going to do that. All right. So the difference here is get the game digitally and it's tied to your account permanently forever, or get the game physically on a disc and it's not even the game, but that license is tied to the disc rather than your account, and now that license can be traded around and resold. All right. And again, over a decade ago, when I traded those games in, they had tons of value. Today, they have almost none. If you bought God of War Ragnarok at launch and you try to trade it in there 2 weeks later, they're going to give you $15 for it. That's how these places are. They're not giving you big value anymore. Back in the day, I would buy a new game, plus 2 more, beat them within 2 weeks, trade them in 3 at a time, and get $40 back for each. So I basically did extended rental. It was amazing. Today, you barely get anything back. So it's super duper wasteful, right? Especially if you're someone who has to now drive to a store, wait in line to get the game, and bring it home, So that's the thing. Here, let's go back to the case of the God of War Ragnarok. If you're a collector, right, and you want a bunch of things to remember this game by, then you probably want a statue, maybe a map, maybe an art book, soundtrack. Oh, the game physically. All right, give me a nice box with box art or whatever, but that's for the benefit of those who actually want that as a collectible. There's no benefit to buying the game physically. You see what I'm saying? But here's where I can see the argument. You wanted it as a collectible, and you didn't get that collectible. You basically feel like you got ripped off because you didn't get the collectible you wanted, right? That I can understand. But you got to understand that when you're buying that game physically, you don't even have the game yet. You still have to connect to the internet. You still got to download all the updates for it before you can even play it. That's not the real game. Most of these games don't even boot anymore. They just don't. You can't just put a disc in your console and play it. That was ages ago. Ages ago. So there you go. Anyway, so that being said, I can see both sides. Is it a huge deal that doesn't have the game disc in it if you bought the collector's edition? No. But I think the issue here isn't, I wanted the game to trade it in or whatever. I just wanted the fucking game as a collectible. And I paid extra for your collector's edition. You didn't give me the collectible that a collector would want in your collector's edition. It's supposed to be a collector's edition. And you're not letting me collect the disc. So I can get that. That I get. That part I get. But people who are arguing again, I own the game and it's on the disc and I didn't get the disc. That's baloney. That's just stupid. That's a dumb argument. But if you want to tell me you wanted it as a collectible, then there's an argument there. Okay? All right. I think we have time. Hold on. Do we have time for one more? We do have time for one more before I take my break. However, there's a couple shout outs here for Snorlax King, who's here and did 2 super chats. Snorlax King says, companies not including the disc in a physical collector's edition is the scummiest of scum. I hate the practice with all of my heart because it's cheap. And they did a second super chat. He says, if I'm spending my money on an expensive collector's edition, I better get everything, including a physical copy of the game. Don't cheap out. I'll go a step further. All right? What if, instead of just getting the game on a disc, you get a cool collector's item? Like, it's a box, you open it, and the disc is freaking gold-plated or some shit. Like, back in the day, now, I know this sounds dumb, because I agree with you this was dumb. Back in the day, you would go and you would buy a comic book. In the 90s, when comic books were still physical and you could buy them and they were valuable. You could buy the regular edition. You could buy the special edition that had like a hologram on the cover and it cost more. And then you could buy, get this, the super ultra rare, only 100 ever made, gold foil plated cover edition. Is the comic book different on the inside? It's literally identical, but the cover's slightly different. It's super expensive now because it's rare, right? Why not sell them like that? Why not have a super ultra rare version of the game? The boxes, if you open it, the game has cool, a hologram on the game or fucking, why not treat it like what it is, an item for collectors now? Because the normal person is probably not caring about having the physical disc anymore, but those who are collectors do. Maybe they'll even pay the premium for the special version that looks cool. That's what they did in the 90s with comic books. Okay, thank you, Snorlax King. Let's get that on the leaderboard for those 2 super chats. By the way, I am feeling so nice and cool today because it's fall. The weather outside's cooler. Even though the sun's out, I have my window all the way open. And this is a nice, relaxing stream right now. I'm really enjoying the turning of the weather. This is excellent. Okay. One final quick question, and then we're going to take a break. This question is from Bill Profit. And he says, why do you only focus on From Software games? There's many companies out there trying their hand at Soul-likes. Steel Rising is a decent game. If anything, it's worth a try, especially on Game Pass. I'm just saying to give them a chance. All games always have a good story to tell. I love FromSoft, and I've beaten Elden Ring. It's my first Souls-like game I even beat. Keep up the awesome work. I think you just said it. You just explained it as well as you possibly could because it's a Souls-like. It's exactly right. It's a Souls-like. For me, if I want to play a Soulsborne game, I will play a Soulsborne game. I'll play Dark Souls 1, 2, or 3, Demon Souls, all right, or Bloodborne, or Sekiro, or Elden Ring. There's a ton of these. Okay, there's a ton of these games. And, for example, I own Elden Ring, and I told you guys I absolutely want to do a New Game Plus run for when they release DLCs, because you know they're releasing DLCs. Don't fool yourself, even though they haven't announced it yet. They're absolutely working on them. It sold so much, they absolutely want to make tons of money on this game. It would be stupid if they didn't. All right? So I need to do a New Game Plus run to at least get a character build working or whatever, so when this DLC comes out, I'm in shape to get to it. All right? So in the last month, I'm not kidding you, there were 3 Souls-likes that had come out. All right? I remember 2 of them. One's Thymesia, and one was the Steel Rising. There was actually a third, all right? But I remember those 2. Now, why should I play the knockoff? The game that you know is inferior, the game that you know will not live up to the quality of FromSoft. It may be a little different. It may have something unique here or there. It's a little interesting, but it's not FromSoft. Why play the knockoff when you can play the real? I just never understood that. And people are like, you missed Mortal Shell, and you missed, Code Vein, and you missed this and that. And I'm like, okay, so what happened that was absolutely must play in those games that I missed out on, right? How many of those Souls-likes are Game of the Year contenders? They are pale comparisons to the real games. So why care, right? Just being honest. I'm not going to play a bunch of knockoffs when I know the real games are there and they're better. I'll just play them. If you want to see me do a New Game Plus run in Sekiro, I'll do it. If you want to see Elden Ring again, I'll do it. You want to see a challenge run in an old Dark Souls game, I'll do it. But I'm not going to play the knockoff. There's no point. I don't want to play the cheesy knockoff. I just don't care about it. Sorry, I just don't. I think FromSoft is prominent enough. It makes enough games that I don't need to play their knockoffs. Now listen to me. There's nothing wrong with playing them. If you want to play them because you like that genre, go for it. And there are actual content creators who literally will play every one of them, right? Because they're known as the Soulsborne streamers. They play these games 10, 20 times when they come out, challenge runs, specialty builds and all of that. Then the other game comes out, the spin-off. Oh, let me play that. The DLC comes out, let me play that. Oh, the knockoff comes out, I'll play that. Fine. There's nothing wrong with that, but that's not me. Do I like FromSoft games? Yes. Do I like them enough to play them multiple times? Yes. Do I like them enough to play games that are not them, but are obviously your rip-offs? No. I guess that's your answer. And what's funny is Zebra says, are you not playing Multiverses, a Smash knockoff? I'm playing Multiverses. Is it a Smash knockoff? I don't even know, because I didn't like Smash that much to play it enough to tell you. I can tell you this, I like Multiverses. I like it more than any Smash I played. I'm serious. So therefore, I will play Multiverses, and if you say it's a knockoff, I'll believe you. But this is a case where I didn't really play the original that much. I don't mind playing the knockoff because I like it better. So there you have it. Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen. It is time for our first break. Remember, this is a 3-hour show. This part was about a little over an hour. So we're going to break this up. I think what I will do is the next video will be the rest of the show. I don't think I'm going to do more than 2 videos this time around. Or maybe I will. We'll see how my voice is doing. But let's take a brief break. This will be, no exaggeration, a short one. If you're watching on stream, maybe 5 to 10 minutes long tops. It's not a long break. I just want to rest my voice a little bit, probably use the restroom. If you're watching this on demand on DSP Gaming here on YouTube, there'll be another video for parts 2 and or 3 if there's a part 3. Okay? Guys, thank you so much. Hope you're enjoying the show. I'll be back shortly with lots more questions. Awesome.
$16.51 from PayPal.
Okay? Fair enough. All right.
business related. I still have it.
Two tips just came in. Lady Charisma tipped $1.50. Said, can't the same be said about any fighting game in Street Fighter or back in the day with Unreal versus Quake? Yes and no. Because at least with Unreal versus Quake, Unreal totally innovated compared to Quake and added a ton of new gameplay elements and things Quake had never done, including vehicles and crazy amounts of maneuverability and open world maps. Quake did not do those. It was more arena stuff. Street Fighter, of course you could say any fighting game in Street Fighter, but you would be very hard pressed to not say that games have very much differentiated themselves with different genres of fighting game. For example, 3D versus 2D playing, platformer fighter versus arena fighter versus 1v1 fighter. We could go on over and over.
So when I laugh and I go,
the difference here again is that these games differentiated and became their own separate series and genres, while all these Dark Souls and knockoffs and spin-offs literally don't become anything. They become 1 or 2 game, play it and then it's gone. Has any of them ever been lauded as a Game of the Year contender or something amazing, better than even what maybe FromSoft has done? No. While fighting games, I would argue many of them have gone on to do better than what the original Street Fighter did. So there you go. Uzi Gohart to the $1.50 says, "What's up, Phil? Is Jasper running Buck Wild?" Indeed, he is today. Jasper is running Buck Wild, and he's full of energy. Although he was laying on the floor earlier, he's up and about again because I got up for break. All right, so really quickly, guys, I think we're just going to go right to the end now. I doubt we're going to take another break. So if you guys could support the stream in any way, I'd appreciate it. We just hit our 100 likes, so you know what I will do before I start with the show. Let's do a celebratory bubble blow for that. Thank you for that. There you go. Appreciate that. Now,
All I see you do is
rest of the stream is more Q&A. All right, we are at $59 in tips. All right, when we hit 100, if we hit 100, you guys can choose if you want to see me swap my hat to something different for the rest of the show. But a lot of the times when we've tried this, people just say, just keep the cowboy hat. Or how about this? I got an idea. If we get $100 in tips, you'll pick a vest, and we'll put on the vest at 100. And I know that's not what we usually do, but because there's already a hat, we'll have a vest at 100. There you go. I'm laying down the law. When we hit $100 in tips, if we do on the stream, vest time. There you go. I'm changing it. Okay? Now, there will be a $150 goal. I hope we hit it, but again, I need help this week with tips. I lost 1,000 effing bucks that normally I would be making, and I didn't get from YouTube, and I'm like, shit. Now, how am I going to afford all this stuff coming up the next month when I don't have that income? So if you could tip today, I would really appreciate it. All right? All right. All right, let's get ready. Welcome back, everyone, to Ask the King, episode 92 for September 22nd, 2022. This is the second half, meaning I've decided I'm just going to keep going and finish the show. We're not going to have a part 3. I still have a lot of questions to get through. Thanks to everyone who has chilled with me and supported the stream so far in any way. And let's continue, shall we? Here we go. Our next question is from Dragon Master B101. Dragon Master asked the following. Phil, I know that you're in your 40s now. Oh, do I look it? I look like I'm like 80. And you have a balance between your private and work life, which is fine. Why don't you want to have a child? Is it because both you and your significant other don't want it? Is it because you think financially you won't be able to handle it? I find it strange because you seem like you would be an awesome and strict but wise father. It's too personal to answer, then I understand this, but I'm curious. You and Kat are both responsible adults, and I personally think it's sad to pass off on this earth with no bloodline to continue to honor your name and keep your family history tree going. I hope that your reasoning is not due to any animosity you think your child would receive due to your work life. Always wishing you the best, my guy. Keep doing you. All right. Before we get to the real answer, let's answer here's the answer for the trolls that they can clip, and then they can not pay attention to the real answer. Well, if I have a kid, I'd have to spend all my money on the kid. How would I afford to play mobile games and pull all day and try to get, superstars and cards and shit, right? There you go. So there's the dumb answer. I got it out of the way. Now let them clip that and let them do bullshit with it. Okay, let's give the real answer. There's tons of factors here, okay? Factor number 1, I'm 40 years old. To have a kid at 40 is a daunting task. Why? Because I want to see that kid grow up and I want to be there for their formative years. And, luckily for me right now, do I have any debilitating illnesses? No. Do I have illnesses? Yes, I do. Do I tell you guys about them? No, I don't. You guys have no idea. All you know is that I have gout. You're not aware of my other medical conditions, nor would I feel like sharing them with you at this time. But I have them. And yeah, I'm not in perfect health, okay? I wish I was in better health, but I'm not in perfect health, all right? There's a chance that I could pass away earlier than I would like. I would like to be here till I'm 100, but I doubt it, right? Now, if I'm going to have a kid today, Let's say I had a kid today, this very day, right? So now I'm going to be 60-something years old before they're really an adult, right? What if they get married and have a family? Now, don't you want to have a grandfather? Well, I'm already going to be super old. You know, I'm not going to be around. You know what I'm saying? So I do feel that having a kid at 40 is kind of late. That's number one. That's just my take. You completely disagree with that. I think that's kind of old. My parents had me when they were younger, you know? So they were there for me for my formative years and everything. It was a little different. I think it would be a little different. That's factor number one. Factor number two. In my lifetime, all right, never did I consider myself one of those people who basically aspired to be a dad or thought that being a parent was some kind of an important, necessary part of life, okay? I'll be honest with you guys. You guys may not like this take, but this is my honest take. Having a kid is fucking easy. Having a child is an easy thing to do. Having sex with someone of the opposite gender, impregnating them, getting them pregnant, and then having the baby, that's the easy part. The hard part is everything that comes after, all right? So just the fact that you have a kid doesn't mean shit. It really doesn't. It's bullshit. I hope people, oh, it's such a special thing to be a dad or a mom. Anyone could do that. That's not anything special at all. What's special is the people who take that responsibility seriously and put in the time, the money, the dedication, the love, the attention to make a beautiful human being out of what you created. That's the difference. And sadly, on this planet, we have far too many people who just think the act of procreation is something special and don't understand that it's actually everything that comes after that that's special, not the act itself. Okay? So for me, if I were going to procreate, I want to be sure that that is a being that's going to grow up in a healthy household, in a place where there's morality, in a place where there's protection, in a place where everything's taken care of so they can have a good education. And you know what I'm saying? All those things are key. Now, I have the kid first, then I think about all that shit after the fact. No, I would never do that. I would absolutely, positively never do that. Okay, that's not me as a person, all right? So for me, you take a look at my life and the tumultuous life I've lived in the last 14 years that I've been a content creator, and to some extent the last 11 years that I've done this as a job. And you say, at any point during that, have I been in a point in my life where I felt that things were safe or steady? Well, yes and no, all right? The funny part about what I do for a living, okay, is that I basically have had the most stable job ever in my life right here. Literally me sitting here, putting out content on the internet with all of you is the most stable thing I've ever done. And I've done fast food jobs. I've done retail jobs.
I appreciate that.
Office jobs that were supposed to be cushy jobs that as long as you work hard, you get promoted, you get with the in crowd, and the next thing you know, you got a career, you got a job for life. I've done it all. Every one of them has let me down. Literally every job that I had let me down. The only one that didn't was my very first job I ever had, where I worked for VJ. His name was VJ, and he was a young Indian man who owned this everything yogurt and salad cafe in Connecticut. VJ was the best boss I've ever had in my life, and probably will remain the best boss I ever had till the day I die, because he was a nice guy. And even though, quite frankly, minimum wage was kind of underpaid for the work I was doing, he gave me the hours I needed. He was a friend to me outside of just being my boss. That was the one job in my life that I actually didn't like, but I actually liked. I didn't like the job, but I liked being there because the boss was a nice guy and the people there were good. Outside of that, anything I've ever done in my life was a waste of time. And completely, you know what I'm saying? So the thing is, I can argue that this job I'm doing right now is the best job I've ever had and the most stable, and even then it's not stable, right? Because look at the shit that happens. This month, I have $1,000 less income. Why? Trolling. People abusing the broken copyright system of YouTube, and I pay for it. Why? Is that fair? No, but that's life. That's how it is they're doing this. This is things like this. I might have 1 month where everything's great, and the next month everything tanks. You never know what's going to happen, right? So all that being said, yeah, that is a factor. Absolutely. The fact that this is what I do for a living has been a factor. And yes, what Dragon Master directly references here, I would hope that part of your reasoning is not due to the animosity you think your child would receive due to your work life? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Absolutely. Positively, 100%. I'm afraid that if I ever had a kid, this kid would be harassed forever. Why? Nothing logical. Nothing that makes sense. The people who harass me online don't make sense. So I know that they would take it the step beyond. It's not just harassing Phil anymore. It's harassing his family members. It's harassing everyone around the periphery of him that have nothing to do with him, but because they're even close to him, they get affected. It's harassing his supporters, his moderators, anyone on the internet who has something positive to say to Phil, they get harassed. Oh, Phil's going to have a kid? Harass the kid. It would never end. And it's just sad. It's just sad that that's reality, but that's reality for me. My wife and I have grown to a point where we've realized that we will have to put up with this forever, but we've kind of become numb to it, to the point where I don't think that anything they do will like end my life or end my business. You know what I'm saying? They've tried at every angle and it failed. We'll definitely have to put up with bullshit forever. And there will always be things that are going to happen that will be annoying. I lost revenue this month because of a troll. My channel got temporarily shut down because of a troll. Some harassment in real life because of a troll. Because I don't tell you guys about that on purpose. Because when you give them the attention for the shit they do, they just do it more. Okay? But, all that being said, squeakiness outside, I think there's a bird outside. You hear that, Jasper? I hear it too. Squeakiness outside. There was a creature. It's the bird. There's a loud bird out there. We have the window open. It's going making all kinds of noise. Anyway, all that stuff being said, okay, there's just a ton of facts.
Money. I
At this
really
point
do.
in my
I need
life,
that money.
I'm 40 years
Pay my
old.
bills.
I'm not gonna have a kid. All right, Kat and I, we have no desire to have a child. You know what I mean? If we already have a life where we feel we don't spend enough time together, because I'm in this office 6 days a week working just to make ends meet. If she is really trying to get better hours and a better job, and she's been doing it for years and hasn't been able to, what the hell makes us think we can raise a kid? How would that even ever happen? Right? And again, we're the kind of people where it's not about having the kid is the magical thing and then you figure it out after the fact. That's bullshit. Literally anyone on this fucking planet, unless you have an issue with your reproductive system, which some people do, and that's unfortunate. But most people can just have a kid. It's not a big deal. You're not some special, amazing achievement in your life because you had the kid. What's amazing is that you raised the person to be an awesome, moral person that adds to human society as a whole. That's the awesome part that you have to pull off. That's the tough work, okay? And I just don't see it happening with us, okay? That's all I can say about that. All right? It's not going to happen. It's out of the cards. If anything, for our life, we may have some pets like Jasper and stuff like that. That will be our outlet for us to feel like parents, and that's about it. That's all we can do. How on earth would I raise a kid when I don't have enough time to spend with my wife as it is? We haven't gone on a honeymoon. We have arguably 1 day a week to spend together. How am I going to raise a kid, man? It ain't going to happen. Okay. Ding dong die. Malcolm did a super chat. Malcolm asked, if you get another pet, what would it be? Funny question. We're just talking about being a pet parent, right? So, Kat and I have talked about other pets. And sadly, here's the thing with Jasper, okay? Jasper's a cat. And that means a few things. Cats like small animals for all the wrong reasons, right? Cats are natural predators. It's in their instinct to hunt and kill and eat small creatures. So number one, you might say, why not just get another cat, right? Why not get more cats? Fill the house with cats, brim to brim.
I don't have money to
right?
do it. I don't have money
That would be a
to
bad
do it.
idea.
I don't have money to
why?
do it. I don't have money to
Jasper
do it.
is
I
a
don't have money to do it. I don't have money to do it. I don't have money to do it.
He's known as what they call the party cat or the mojito cat or the social cat. What Jasper is he is the demander of attention. When he's in a room, he absolutely wants all the attention focused on him or he's involved in whatever's going on. If you leave him out, he feels upset. He feels left out, and he will try to interject himself into that situation. Perfect example. Last night, my wife said, I want to make some banana bread. So we had all the ingredients. She tries to make banana bread. Of course, Jasper has to come over and try to jump on the counter and walk into everything she's trying to do because he's the party cat, the social cat. I'm in this. Well, Jasper, you have nothing to do with banana bread. What are you doing here? That's who he is, okay? with a social cat like that, okay, you can't interject another pet like that. Because that cat already, especially because Jasper here, all right, has been with us for many years. He's used to a certain setup. He's used to being the only focus of attention, everything about him, okay? The moment that we would introduce another pet to take up attention from him of a same stature, and what I mean by that is there are pets you could probably get that aren't the same as a cat.
Yeah.
That are kind of different, maybe don't have as much attention demanding, you know what I'm saying? That maybe that could work. But as for like a cat, you know, if you introduce another cat or a dog, it would never work. He would end up becoming upset, depressed, and acting out and destroying things in the house, and likely incredibly unhappy because he has it in a way that he's used to it. He likes this. This is his lifestyle now. You know what I'm saying? You can't then change that for the pet that's happy. I mean, oh, well, it would make us more happy to have another pet. Great, but what about the pets you already have? You already brought them into this life. Now you're going to change and ruin that life for your own personal betterment? You know what I'm saying? So I would say absolutely no. We would not get another cat. We talked about it. We like looking at cats. There's cats out at different shelters and pet stores have them out here, you know, rescue cats and stuff. We absolutely love looking at other cats. But we're not going to get Hogan's because we know he's the kind of cat. If he was a more laid back cat, absolutely. There's tons of laid back cats out there. He's definitely not that. He's completely different personality type. Okay? Now, other pets. We like cute pets. We've looked at things like hamsters, guinea pigs, birds, right? Even small lizards or fish. They're all off the table. Why?
I am
'Cause that's his
cat
prey.
and I liking my balls.
If you buy a
It
pet like
says that I am
and you
cat and I
introduce it to a
liking my
household where you
balls.
already have a predator animal, all you're doing is torturing the small creature and the predator animal. You're setting them up for failure. Why do that? If you know you have an insatiable craving for chocolate, why would you fill your house with chocolate? Right? So why put him into that situation where now he's going to be constantly tempted to hunt, attack, and mess with that animal? Even if you made it impossible.
Tiger,
like you can make a fish tank, right?
Tiger,
That's crazy good thick glass and everything's safe. The cat can't put its paw in or whatever. He's just going to be tortured by it. He's going to be jumping and pawing. He's like, oh, I want the fish. I want the fish. Why do that to the cat? All you're doing is you're torturing your cat, right? I don't want to do that. So that's what I mean. Like, we would like to have other pets, but we haven't really found one that would fit. If he was more of a social, if he was less of a social demanding cat and he was more laid back, then we absolutely might have considered a second cat or a dog. Or we're living in a place that is very friendly to those kind of pets. We have a dog walk park literally behind our house where we could take and play with the dog every day. Wouldn't it be a big deal to take it out for walks and the like? You see? But it's sadly just not going to happen. Maybe one day, you know, when Jasper's no longer with us, and we hope that does not happen anytime soon. We hope that he's with us for a very long time and he has a long, healthy life with us. But maybe one day, when he's no longer with us, we would consider maybe doing something different. Maybe instead of a cat, you get a bird or a little furry creature or maybe multiple things that don't have that, doesn't jive together kind of a vibe. But for us, I think Jasper is our pet for now, you know, for the long haul, and then we see what happens, okay? Great Zero Taste asked the following. Do you think the games have gotten harder or easier over the years? And with either answer, why do you think so? For example, if games have gotten easier, why do you think so? Games overall have gotten easier for sure to appeal to a more widespread mainstream audience. I'll give you an example. Street Fighter. Up until Street Fighter 3, every installed numbered Street Fighter was a game that was hard to execute. Then in Street Fighter 4, they introduced input shortcuts. In Street Fighter 5, they literally introduced gameplay made for input delay online, so it was just pattern play. With each iteration of Street Fighter, they dumb it down more and more so that a more wide-stream audience can play it and enjoy it, but at the very same time, you can argue that that's taking away from the competitive nature of the game. Same thing you can argue with video games. At first, on the NES days, man, were they challenging. Why? Because they couldn't fit a lot of stuff on a game cartridge. So make it hard so that way it takes you a million years to beat it, and then you're getting play value out of it, right? Even though you spent $50-$60 on an NES game that didn't have more than 4 levels, man, it would take you a ton of time to beat those 4 levels. Today, we now have the ability to have games be open world, tons of content, ridiculous amounts of gameplay hours, right? Make the game easy, so now anyone can jump into that game with no prerequisite knowledge, with no skill level, and still be able to enjoy that game, and it'll sell like hotcakes. That seems to be the mentality of the modern game designer, okay? Or I should say the modern game studio, because it's usually the people in charge, not the game designers, who make those decisions. However, we are seeing
massively strong.
A whole different genre emerge of the ultra difficult game. We've been talking about it. The From Software game. The games that are purposely made to be difficult so that you have a level of skill required in order to persevere over them. And it almost seems like it's gatekeeping so that those people who've been playing the more dumbed down common games cannot succeed in those games. You know what I'm saying? So it goes both ways. Yes, overall games have gotten easier, but there is a sub-splinter of games that have purposefully gotten harder. The next question is incredibly long, all right? So this one's going to take a while to read and likely will take a while to answer. It is from the Snorlax King, and I would like to read it now. Prepare yourselves. It's very lengthy. Okay. Snorlax King asked the following. By the way, it's a bunch of questions. I don't know if I'll answer them all, but I'll do my best to summarize. The Snorlax King says the following. Excuse me. Hello, Phil. First asking a question here on Ask the King. Kind of going to write a long one. I felt it was important to get this across. I have a point that I want to make to you and everyone who may listen or read this. I want to first express to you, over the last couple of months, I've really found myself enjoying your content more and more, and I think that you've done a good job not only entertaining us viewers, but mixing your things up. I appreciate how you've not been afraid to react to more controversial videos on subjects about yourself, such as Down the Rabbit Hole, and other reactions, and how you've also chosen to confront these things head on and openly talk about some of these issues. I especially thought your reactions and honesty regarding the whole John Rambo situation is especially eye-opening. Not to say that you were some awful person beforehand, make no mistake, but I do believe that you have changed for the better as a person, and I'm glad to see that you have grown wiser over the years. I would just like to say, thank you. That was nice to say. We didn't get to a question yet, but everything he just said, I agree with. I've done that. I tried to do the work to become a better person, a better content creator, to fess up to my failures of the past, to try to commit to you guys that I would not redo those failures in the future. And I felt like a lot of the reaction stuff I did this year did that. Okay? There's a smudge right dead center of this, and it's bothering me. Okay, continuing on. As I expressed to you in an email a few weeks ago, I fell down into a DSP hate bandwagon because I was watching the This Is How You Don't Play series. Sure, watching you fail at games like Metal Gear Solid 3 or Dark Souls may be funny, but it never should have gotten to the levels that it even was just a few years ago, going up until today. It's only now I've come to realize how the internet can lead impressionable young men and women down dark territories, all for the idea of an easy laugh or cheap entertainment. A lot of people got caught up in the hate towards you, and it became so vile and personal. We often forget that people on the screen are human beings with feelings. I can never make up for falling down into that pipeline myself, but I now hope that I'm older and wiser, and someone about to begin their own work career as I end college, and I can educate people on the dangers of imminent internet pipelines, and people avoid falling down those traps. Again, no question there, but I completely agree with you. And let me tell you, when I saw This Is How You Don't Play begin over a decade ago, I thought my concern was that they were going to take away my revenue because I didn't foresee how the future was going to go. I didn't see that I would be a full-time streamer with crowdfunding. I didn't see that YouTube ad revenue would disappear. I thought, man, they're ruining my living. If someone else steals my content and makes fun of me, people are going to watch the making fun of content, not the original. That's how I make my living, is the ad revenue. So I didn't foresee how this future would go. Quite frankly, if I did, I might have reacted differently. If I realized it wasn't going to be that big of a deal, maybe I wouldn't have freaked out about it the way I did and basically became a meme over it. You know, raging and being so angry at those videos coming out the way that they did. Okay? But absolutely, I don't think anyone could argue against the fact that This Is How You Don't Play kind of innocent fun, making fun of me sucking at games, became an insane amount of this cult.
It's none of anyone's business.
This brainwashed group of people who just hate my guts for no good reason, who make conspiracy theory after conspiracy theory up in order to propagate this endless circle of toxic hate that just isn't justified. So I appreciate you recognizing that. Continuing on. Not that I want you to get put on a soapbox or anything, but I genuinely would like to know your thoughts on internet pipelines and how people can turn twisted. And can people truly change? Have you noticed more people coming around and supporting you lately who used to be haters? You worry about people who watch you who are secret trolls. So let me answer all that first because there's more to go. What I can say is I definitely feel like this year there's been kind of a breakthrough where a lot of people realize that this is just stupid at this point. You know, how long are you going to keep hating on me and circling this endless propaganda against me? What's the point? If you haven't noticed, hi, I'm still here. I'm not going anywhere, right? They've tried everything for no good reason, no good justifiable reason. They tried it and nothing happened. All that happens is the same idiots keep circle jerking each other, keep telling each other their same lies and think that it's funny. It's not. Outsiders now have begun to look at the situations and be like, what the fuck is this? Well, people are behaving like this on the internet. Wow. I never knew that. I never even knew this kind of thing existed. These people are nuts, And if anything, a lot of people have finally kind of come around and said, all right, I hated on Phil, right? But I decided to give him a shot and actually like his stuff, and I like to come and watch his stuff. Some people even support me now who used to hate me. And I appreciate all of that. I really do, okay? I just wish that the endless levels of harassment would stop. Like those false copyright strikes last month, that's unacceptable. And now I've lost revenue that I need to pay my bills and make a living. And now I have to sit here on stream with you guys and talk to you about it and say, hey, can you guys give me some extra support now because I'm in bad straits, because of these assholes? This is bullshit. I shouldn't have to do that, right? So that's what I mean. That's where it crosses the line. But I think more and more people are realizing how stupid this shit is and are like, I've had enough. Either they're moving on from it or they're kind of turning the corner and saying, you know what? I'm going to chill with Phil. I'm going to have a good time and I'm actually enjoying this stuff. Okay, I have seen a lot of that recently in the last year or two. Can people truly change? I like to believe they can. I don't want to give up hope on humanity that just because someone was an asshole once means they're going to be an asshole forever. I used to be an asshole. I used to troll the SRK, which is SureYouCan.com community and the Street Fighter community as a whole. I changed. If I can change for the better, I think everyone can. Okay. Do I worry about people watching me being secret trolls? No. I'm not worried about that shit. I know for a fact that there's people on the stream who are literally here just to sneak diss or be a part of a meme or whatever, But those people aren't going to be super harmful. It's the people who are willing to go that extra mile to literally break the law to try to get me in trouble, which shit I didn't do. That's when we're getting into some serious shit, okay? Okay. Let's continue on with the question. You've already been dealing with false copyright strikes, which impacts you as a content creator. It's crazy to think at the drop of a hat, your livelihood could be threatened. As someone who suffered a panic attack a few years ago, and I've dealt with newfound issues of anxiety for the last few years, I can't imagine the toll all this takes on you and your mental health. I have immense sympathy for the situation that you've had as of late. What impact has the last decade plus of content creation had on you? What advice can you give to people such as myself in regards to being up-and-coming content creators and those dealing with anxiety every day? Here's the thing. If I wasn't going through this kind of shit previously in my life, I probably wouldn't have been ready for it. But been there, done that. I was hated on in the Street Fighter community and kind of became immune to it. And like I said, you guys know me. I'm the kind of person that uses all the vitriol tossed my way, the things said about me to motivate myself to do better and still to be successful, right? The only way to really show these scumbags on the internet that they're in the wrong is to prove to them that I'm not going anywhere and that I'm going to be here forever no matter what they do, right? Until I'm ready. When I'm ready, the day I'm ready to say I throw in the towel, that's one thing. But I'm not going to be going away because of these assholes. You know what I'm saying? So all that being said, yeah, it takes a toll, man. It takes a toll. I'm getting, copyright strikes are hitting. I'm like, oh my God, now what's going to happen? I lost $1,000. Do you understand that? $1,000. $1,000. This is not, it's $50. It's not a big deal. Now, I'm not kidding you. The money that I normally would have had to pay my bills in the early month, the next month, I do not have. Now I need to come up with that somehow from my streams. Now I have to talk to you guys and appeal to you to help me out. And I'm tired of it. I'm fucking tired of it. It's mentally exhausting. It's emotionally exhausting. How do you think it feels for us around here when my wife is working as much as she can, right? And I told you guys the problem she's having. She works a retail job. She's tried to get better jobs. It doesn't work out, all right? No one will hire you when you don't have experience. How do you get experience if you can't get hired to begin with? Doesn't make any fucking sense, does it? Right? So she's stuck working retail jobs. They won't give her hours. She works hard. They tell her she's a good employee. Cut the hours. Oh, the store didn't do so good, so cut the hours. Oh, that's great, right? So she's busting her ass. She's stressed out. I'm busting my ass. I'm stressed out. Yeah, it feels like shit. But it gets to a point where it's kind of like, it's just something that's always happened. It's something that like, I live with, I don't know if I'll ever have stability. You have to say, is there a light at the end of the tunnel? Well, there is. Hopefully in a few years, all right? I'll get to a point where it won't matter anymore. Here's what I mean by that. If I can get to a point where my credit comes back in a positive way, which is still going to take at a minimum 5 more years. If I get my credit back, now I have equity in my home, and I can hopefully use that to do things like get rid of all this looming debt that I have on me that I can't pay off, and these issues that I'm having financially won't be a big deal when I actually have flexibility financially. Right now I have 0. Literally what I make this month on YouTube is all I have. That's it. There's nothing else. There's no savings. There's no credit. There's nothing. Okay? And it's going to take years and years. But if I can tough that out, that's the light at the end of the tunnel. In 5 years, maybe I'll be able to actually go on a honeymoon with my wife. Because let me tell you, nothing else, if you haven't noticed, there's no giant income increases or anything that I'm getting here. It's stable. It's good. I'm happy for what I got. But that's really where it's going to have to come from, is toughing it out. You know what I'm saying? And that's my life. So, yeah, I wish that I had a better way to talk about it, but I don't. Is it debilitating to the point where, yeah, I feel like shit sometimes? Yes. Do I get scared sometimes about the future? Yes. Are there times when it's so much that I feel that, mentally I feel like I might crack? Yeah, that happens. But at the same time, I have an awesome viewer base every day who support me, who give me fun times, who have told me how valuable I am to their lives, and that the fact that I'm here and I'm diligent and I tough myself, I tough through my tough times, and that inspires other people to tough their way through their own tough times, right? So that's why I'm not giving up on anything. I'm going to still be here. It's motivation to keep going when otherwise maybe there is none, I am very sad that I don't have a better life for myself and my family. I want to do nice things with my wife. I've told you for 3 years we want to go to the zoo. Guess where we haven't gone for 3 years? We still haven't gone to the fucking zoo. I don't
care.
But that's life, It is what it is. I'm not gonna sit here. I'm not gonna cry and be entitled and say I should have gotten more out of life. I've got a lot as it is. I've got more than most people. Who am I to stand here and be ungrateful for what I have, right? You got to be happy for what you have. You got to enjoy every moment, and you got to approach everything with positivity and look forward to something better in the future. That's how I approach it. Okay? Now, to finish up, because he's still not done. Has harassment on the internet gotten worse, or if things turn around for the better? It fluctuates. There's times when things are absolutely terrible, and there's times when things are not so bad. But it fluctuates. Last year I thought things were good, and then I get kicked out of the partner program on Twitch because of trolls. It's like, damn. And again, the reason that they have for me, that they have issue with me, is the reason they created. If they would not fuck with my income, then guess what? I wouldn't have these issues where I need to ask my viewers for more support.
And that's it.
Don't fuck with the income that's already there. I don't have to ask for help. But they don't get that because they're stupid. They're that stupid. When you deal with stupid people, you get stupid things like this happening, Anyway, let's finish this up. I think these are quite personal questions to ask. I feel like your experiences can help and educate others. Thank you for taking the time to read through this essay of sorts. I appreciate you giving me your time as someone who used to be a hater and allow me to have a clean slate with you. I'm thankful for the entertainment that you brought over the years. Stay strong, and I hope you continue to do what you do for many more. You certainly have someone who will now be a frequent viewer and supporter, and I appreciate that. Snorlax King. It's very nice things that you said there. The thing is, I talk about it all the time. I don't really like going into massive detail about the shit they do. Here's the other thing too. The more you talk about them, the more empowered they feel. Literally me just addressing this in your question. Oh, Phil talked about me today. Now they have a warm fuzzy inside because they exist. Because the day that I don't bring them up, they don't exist. That's the truth of the matter. They're not real. They're fucking fake people fabrications on the internet. Why do they got to sit on Sweet Farms and other sites circle jerking each other? Because they don't fucking exist until the moment that they get some kind of recognition from someone. So the less we talk is the better. All right? That's my approach. Let's focus on the positive. Let's focus on the fun, the good stuff. Let's not talk about the scumbags that are always going to be there, that element. All right?
Yes, they said that you're a gay boy.
Thank you.
And that we're going to make love to each other tonight.
Anonymous $5 tipper. All right? It says, we owe you. No, excuse me. What did I just say? We owe you. I read that completely backwards. We love you for real, man.
What do?
I can't stand people who hate on you for no reason other than their sheep mentality that leads them to regurgitate what others say about you. I'm watching your Detroit Become Human series right now. I'm having a great time. Sounds good. Thank you to the anonymous tipper for that. We're now at $64 in tips. Again, guys, I really need the help. It would be great if we could at least hit the
Are you
goal
a functional
today.
retard? I
We
have to
don't.
ask.
It is what it is. I don't want to talk about it at length, but I could definitely use some more tip support on this stream. Thank you. Continuing on. Derek says, I believe that this is episode 92 of Ask the King. That is correct.
Big.
Here's my question. What kind of music do you and Kat listen to these days? Any recommendation? I'm interested because I love listening to music in my spare time.
Big.
Quite frankly, the only music we've been listening to is what's considered relaxing cafe-style music at the end of every evening. After we relax for a little bit, we'll usually watch a playthrough or a show or maybe have a drink. Some nights, not every night, but some nights, we enjoy a drink together, an adult beverage. We turn on some relaxing cafe-style music. We listen to it for a bit before she goes upstairs to usually take a shower, and then we get ready for sleep. So that's about it. We don't actively listen to music. When I'm driving around on the day off and I'm running errands, there's a classic rock station on the radio station. I'll turn that on. I'll listen to whatever classic rock is playing on there. And that's it. Not a musical guy these days. Okay. Continuing on. Now we head on to the forum questions. So these are not questions from members. We literally just finished the members question. So do you see my point? All right. That if you're a member, what a chance to get your question answered in an intelligent way on the show. That was the vast majority of the show. Now, open forum questions. Sergio360 asked the following. You being a target of social media and internet hate and harassment, what do you think should be done by the social media platforms like YouTube and Twitter to prevent harassment and hate speech? I feel like the internet has grown exponentially with most users having a cell phone or other media device, but regulations are almost non-existent. When in your view do you believe you crossed the line with freedom of speech? Sorry, I'm not trying to be political. It's not a political question, but I'm trying to understand you as a daily user, one of the biggest platforms. What should be done to not allow hate or harassment, specifically on a platform that kids like my sons who are underage might come across and think that it's funny? Thanks, and I wish you the best. Been a viewer since 2014. I absolutely love your perseverance and dedication towards your goal. Well, here's the thing. Right? Man. Do I wish that YouTube would step up and stop the bullshit? Yes. But it's a slippery slope, right? Should anyone on YouTube be able to literally make shit up about me without any factual justification of any of it? Because if you actually look at the documentaries about the shit that they say today, it's not like the Down the Rabbit Hole documentary, all right? The Down the Rabbit Hole documentary about me was based on mostly facts and some logic jumps based on things people said on the internet. When I did my react to that, I cleared some of those up. Most notably, the Street Fighter community stuff was wrong. But outside of that, most of the stuff said there was correct, right? Why? Because it was based on shit I did in my own streams. You could see and do me saying things, doing things, and you want to say he's a bad gamer, he said something stupid on a stream and acted a dumb way, and call me out for it, that's one thing. But once you jump from the realm of, here's concrete evidence because he just did it, to, here's a bunch of bullshit that everyone claims is real. Emails, leaks, screen captures, fucking Discord logs. I mean, I could go on for 2 hours about the amount of nonsense these idiots have amassed to make a proving point about something that's not true. Okay? That shit is dangerous. It really is. And you gotta wonder, should YouTube do something about it? YouTube
mode
just allow
on.
anyone right now to make a video. That's complete fabrication, no factual justification. That could defame someone and make profit off of it, right? Because they do. These videos are popular. They hit the YouTube algorithm because they check all the boxes needed. And in a lot of cases, the drama video, okay,
from PayPal
ends up getting more attention than the content that the person the drama video is about puts out. I've been around for 14 years, and the drama videos about me that are wrong. They are false. They are slander or defamation, whatever you want to call it. It's fabricated bullshit. Those videos absolutely get more attention than the stuff that I do on the internet. Why? Because people are fucking drama queen idiots who are willing to believe the negative before the positive because they like to see people fail. All right? Miserable people love to see people fail, and there's a lot of miserable people on this planet. Okay? And because YouTube allows it. Those are the two factors. Tons of miserable people and YouTube allowing the defamation and slander. So, should there be an interjection at some point where YouTube says, hey, we're not going to allow this anymore. You just can't say whatever you want about someone and show a bunch of fucking nonsensical, circumstantial, in some cases fabricated evidence. You can't do that. You're hurting someone and their livelihood and their reputation. You can't just violently, because it is, at some point, is it physically violent? No, but it's absolutely so damaging to someone's reputation and business, it could be considered violence of another kind, you know? You can't just allow that. But YouTube does. In very rare cases will YouTube do anything about it, only if there's like outright physical threats. Like if someone made one of those videos and said, hey, now I want you to go out and attack Darkside Phil because of all this horrible stuff, that would not be allowed. But the fact that the fake information is there, presented as fact, and creates a misrepresentation of who someone is, slander or defamation, that in itself needs to be analyzed by YouTube, in my opinion, in some capacity. Okay? In India, it's illegal. In the country of India, if you put out videos like that, not only do the videos get removed, but you're legally liable and can go to jail for it. You can be sued for it, so no one does it. All right? Now, does that mean that likely there's a lot of shit that actually gets away with in India? People who don't get called out on their bullshit, corporations who probably get away with bad things? Probably, yeah. So that's the other side of this double-edged sword, is that if you don't allow that stuff, okay, now what about people who legitimately try to improve things? Call someone out for real bullshit that they've done, horrible acts, corporations that are mistreating their employees. Oh, you could just say it's just slander, right? So that's what I mean, like, this is definitely a double-edged sword. At what point do you say, oh, it's censorship versus it should be protection of a person? And you know, I don't know. I don't know if I'm the person to really make that determination, but let me tell you something. I'd certainly like to be in that conversation. If YouTube ever decided that they wanted to actually try to figure out how to make their business better and wanted to talk with people who've been victims of this shit, I would be there day one. I will be involved in the process. I'm not saying that I want to be immune to it. I'm saying with the stuff I've been through, you can absolutely look at these situations and you can say, wow, here's this, and this, and you know, what should have been allowed, what shouldn't be allowed. You know what I'm saying? I definitely don't want people to be above criticism. But if you're going to criticize someone, criticize them for something they've done. Not literally, oh, here's a ton of stuff that we're assuming is real with a bunch of things that could be circumstantially true. By the way, none of this would ever hold up in a court of law. It's all bullshit. But we can just talk about it all day on the internet and make fun of people for it and ruin their lives. That shouldn't be allowed. But again, at what cost do you create that level of where does it stop? Where does the censorship begin? I don't know. I don't have those answers. I do think there should be something. I just don't know what it is. I would like to be involved in the process to determine it, but I also don't want outright censorship of everything. Snorlax King to me $2. Says, thanks for answering that essay. Won't ever do a question that long again, I promise, but I meant what I said, and I appreciate your honesty as always. Now, everyone toss a coin to your Witcher. Let's keep the good vibes going. Thumbs up to the stream. Thank you, Snorlax, for the tip. Appreciate that. Okay. 2/3 of the way to the $100 goal with about 40 minutes left on today's stream. Let's continue. Fantasy Star PG asked the following. It's been a long time since I've been on your content, and I hope all is well, and it's nice to see that you're going strong. My question is, what do you think about Sony making video game movies? Sony is banking on being the next MCU, and they want to be pioneers in the market. While Uncharted did well, a big part of what was talent, like Tom Holland and the movie coming out right after Spider-Man, definitely benefited them in a good way. But given that Sony's previous video game movies with the Capcom properties, I'm going to remain skeptical until proven otherwise. Also, I've heard that there's a Days Gone movie being made. Hope it does well, but I know it'll be a hit to gamers if there's a Days Gone 2 with no source material. So, interesting take. Here's the thing. And I think we've also seen this with the Halo series, okay? Game universes absolutely can be translated into popular movie and television properties. The problem really lies in, at what point do you change the source material so much that it's not really representative of what you're calling it, and is that okay? Because, for example, with the Uncharted movie, although there's a lot of things in that movie that are representative of things that happen in the games, I don't think anyone's going to argue that Tom Holland is a good representation of Nathan Drake, or that Mark Wahlberg is a good representation of Sully. They're not even the same characters. They're just not. They're different. And it's fine because the movie's still good, but is that really Uncharted? Not really. So why call it Uncharted? Why not just call it its own entity and make another movie? Rather than saying, oh, this was Uncharted. When you watch that movie, can you imagine watching that movie and then playing the games? You're like, what the hell is this? This isn't the same thing, right? Take a look at the Halo series. Same thing, right? Where people are watching the show and loving it. But who loves it? Not the Halo fans. The Halo fans hate it. They're like, wow, could you possibly change the lore anymore? Isn't it true? Now, I didn't see the show. Isn't it true that Master Chief, this is supposed to be a guy who's a battle-hardened savior of the human race, single-handedly being almost like the Doom Marine in a way, going against all these alien hordes and invading armies, and he's always the one X factor that can get the job done. Gee, in the Halo series, let's have him lose his virginity. So I think I rest my case there. But you see, the point is that people still liked it. You see? People still liked it because it was good outside of being Halo. It was good, so they enjoyed it. So I think that's the problem. The problem is not that they're making these things. It's that they're calling them things that they're not. You've changed the source material so much. Did Halo, the series, have to be called Halo, the series? Or was it an attempt to capitalize on the name to get artificial views? Did Uncharted have to be called Uncharted? Or was it an attempt to get people who are fans of Uncharted in theaters so they can sell more tickets? That's what it is. It's a marketing ploy. Okay? I haven't seen the Sonic the Hedgehog movies, but I've heard that's different, where the Sonic the Hedgehog movies at least make an effort to try to have the characters, the lore, and some of the plot lines from the games translated into the movies. For as much as you can do with a 16-bit side-scrolling platformer from the 1990s, they've at least done a good job, okay? So that's cool to know. And if anything, maybe that's what people would not have issue with if they lean more towards the accurate rather than, oh, the artistic liberty creation, transformative work bullshit over here. You see what I'm saying? So, will they ever have an MCU? I don't think so. I really don't think so. I think they may have a bunch of successful movies. I don't think they're going to have some kind of a Sony gaming movie universe that's going to be successful. I don't see that happening. But maybe I'm wrong. Could they have a movie universe that has Uncharted, Days Gone, The Last of Us, Sly Cooper, Jak and Daxter, Ratchet and Clank, God of War? They're all a cinematic universe, and they all tie to each other, but they're all different from the games. I guess it could happen. I don't foresee that happening, but I guess it could. It's possible. An anonymous $4 tipper says, some trolls of yours go too far. They'll attack people who tip you. I feel like there's a big factor of why people don't like to tip publicly. I agree. And I absolutely positively recommend that if you're afraid of that kind of activity on the internet, if you have your real identity tied to a name you tip me with, do what you can. Tip anonymously. You can do everything anonymously. And I appreciate anyone who contributes in any way. I understand if you have to do it anonymously and protect your identity. That's what I said. There's a level of, let's criticize someone, or let's just attack everyone involved with this person. What? Why? Why are you attacking the person who tips them? It doesn't even make sense. But that's what they do because they're fucked up in the head. These people don't understand that they're not going to get me off the internet doing the things they do. They're a lost cause. They need mental health, and they're not getting it, obviously, because they're still here. The Snorlax King did another super chat. He says, the Sonic movies and Detective Pikachu are gold standard of adaptations. They're fun to watch and actually try to be faithful to the fans. There you go. Continuing on. Redemption Gaming asked the following. Hey, Big Phil, been a long-time fan of yours and your content since the 2014-2015-ish era. I vividly remember you answering a question years ago about, it was his question, about your approach about reviewing games. Now, I'd like to ask you something pertinent. Ever since you abandoned streaming again on Twitch, and last year you're now streaming full-time on YouTube, since that transition, what's the feeling like? What I mean by that is, how are the things different from when they were on Twitch? And if so, what are the positives and negatives of streaming and creating content on YouTube as opposed to the old methods over on Twitch? Thank you in advance. So I already answered part of this. I already told you about what I missed from Twitch. So we've already answered this on the show. But the second half of the question is, what do I like about YouTube? And I would like to answer that. Okay? Number one, having everything in one place is really useful. My streams, my on-demand videos, my community feed on the community tab of DSP Gaming, having it all together rather than disjointed makes it make more sense. If you're a fan of mine, you can watch my streams or watch the video later or both. You get caught up on my schedule and everything I'm talking about on my community tab. It's all here. Before it was like streams are here, videos are here, Twitter schedule's over here. You need to be following in 3 to 4 places to get all of that content. The jig is up. The CIA is finally here. I'm in trouble, guys. I'm sorry. They're actually going to be rappelling down any moment. So, this is the end. I hope you enjoyed 14 years of content. Here they come. Oh, my God. Okay. Let's continue, shall we? All right. So. I definitely like having all my content in one place. I will definitely say that. Funny enough, okay, I will say the following. I feel that we have more control over the streams here on YouTube than we ever did on Twitch. Now that we have things in place such as sub-only mode,
What do I do?
other things in place as well. I actually feel like now what happens here is more controllable than what used to happen over on Twitch. The only kind of thing we're missing is the IP ban. If we could IP ban someone so they stop making 100 troll accounts, then that would be the best thing. But outside of that, everything else is pretty good. And I feel like now we have a community of people who come, who are enjoying the content, who can be here for the right reasons. On Twitch, you always had that half and half. Yes, half the people were there to enjoy, and the other half were this good old boys club of people who were kind of almost like hate watchers. I don't like them, but we'll sit here anyway, and we'll be here every day, and we'll try to dominate the chat. You have these people coming in, doing dumb shit every day. You got to deal with it. You don't really have that here. I'm okay with that. Really, I am. I'm totally okay with having a more controlled and chill chat. I think we do a lot more things today. Like, for example, Final Fantasy VII, Earthbound. These are playthroughs that I'm able to do here on YouTube because I have a more focused audience. As opposed to on Twitch, you didn't have that focus. So there's things that work, okay? And again, the one biggest, absolutely best thing about doing this on YouTube and not on Twitch, all right? I don't have to walk on eggshells when I put out my content. I don't have to worry that I accidentally say something in the wrong way or that someone misconstrues something I say and they spin it in a way that's bullshit and say I said something I didn't say. My streams don't get shut down on a whim by a fucking overreaching volunteer moderator like they did on Twitch just to be fixed an hour later. All right? Ridiculously stupid shit. Just unreal how unprofessional Twitch is. And I said that on the pre-stream, and I'll say it again today. The best word to describe Twitch as a business, unprofessional. Everything they do, the way they conduct themselves, the way they run their business is unprofessional and has been since day one. That's their major problem. If they brought in new management to run that business with an air of professionalism, set concrete rules that everyone had to adhere to and everyone's on an equal playing field, that business would be the best. But they don't do that. They joke around. They act like it's a game. It's not a fucking game. People's livelihood are at stake over there, and they act like it's a joke. So that's why I'm not there anymore, and I'm not going back. All right? Okay. Thank you to an anonymous tipper who tipped me $4.20. Says, thank you so much for the Earthbound streams. I hope you'll stick with it to the end. I will. Because there's so much fun and a positive atmosphere when you're playing retro games you have a connection to. Take care, my man. Thank you. That playthrough is continuing tomorrow, actually. So there you go. Okay. Continuing on. Shout outs to my patrons. And by the way, you may recognize some newer names on here. Because in the last couple of months, because people are now becoming patrons of mine in order to get private react videos, you're going to see there's some more people on here than there used to be. All right? So shout out to... If I could get down on my hands and knees and say thank you and still be on camera, I would do it. I love it. I love it. Our first Twitter question is from Tori. It says, out of all the games that you would consider your all-time favorites, what is it about them that stuck with you the most and made them special gems to you specifically? Let's see. Well, first of all, what are my all-time favorites? Street Fighter 2 and its iterations, Super Mario World, RPGs such as the older Final Fantasies 4 and 6, Chrono Trigger, Suikoden, Earthbound. Those are probably my... And, of course, Call of Duty, but I would say some of the classic Call of Duties and maybe Modern Warfare 1 or 2, my overall faves. So the thing about those games is that I feel like if you play them, they're kind of timeless. What I mean by that is you can play Super Mario World when it was new. You can play it today, and you still get the same level of joy out of the game, even though, yes, you can argue the graphics are dated. I don't think the gameplay mechanics are. I feel like the game is still just as fun to play in a modern era as it was in the 1990s when it was a launch title for the Super Nintendo, okay? I feel like those are games that at any point you could jump in and play them, and they're still fun. You know what I'm saying? Like, I could play any of those games at any time period. And although I wouldn't want to play them endlessly, you know, I could jump in every 2-3 years, play them again, have a good time. As opposed to another game where you played it once, you've seen it all. Okay, I don't really want to play that again until it's like, you know, maybe a reason. But those games are kind of like the joy. And let's be honest, most of those games I just mentioned are very nostalgic because of the time period they came out. Those games are my formative years as a gamer. So I look back to those times fondly. You know, being at my parents' house, my house growing up, my childhood home, playing Super Nintendo on my TV and having music on. I actually used to buy CDs and play them on a boombox next to me. Play music, have a drink or a snack, playing there in the summer with the nice air coming through the window, just enjoying games as a whole and having a good time with the Super Nintendo system. You know,
it's Tevin's fault.
Cool nostalgic times.
It's Dark Dave's fault.
You know, attaches me to living in that time frame of the early 90s. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I mean.
From
and
software.
I think for every person, it's generational and it's different. For some people, it may be the PS1 era. PS2
oh, they have to bring up something personal about me. Well, go fuck yourself.
Xbox 360, PS3.
Dumb shit.
Everyone's going to have an era of games.
Your point.
The people before me. The NES era, the Commodore 64, the Atari. Those are classics to them. You know what I mean? It really was the Super Nintendo era for me. So, yeah, that's what I would say. It was, thinking back, nostalgic feelings of games that I could literally play it any day from start to finish and not get bored of. You know, Legend of Zelda: Link to the Past, which we just played over the summer. So good, so classic. I'll still play it any time to this day. Okay.
What the hell are you talking about?
Says, what are your top 5 JRPGs of all time? In no particular order, Final Fantasy 4 and 6, excuse me, I misspoke. So Final Fantasy 4 and 6, Chrono Trigger, Earthbound, and Suikoden 1. And I don't have a formal ranking. Those are just my 5 favorites. Joe says, does the number 86 that you have on your sports games characters jerseys refer to the 86th, meaning off the menu, or slang for being killed or discontinued? So, yes, the term 86 or 86th essentially means it's done with. It's over with. It's the end. All right? So when I see the number 86 on someone with a competitive jersey on, they're saying, I'm your end. You're done because I'm about to end you competitively. So back in the day, when I got Street Fighter jerseys and I made them and I brought them and wore them to tournaments, the number 86 is what I chose.
Oh, no, you didn't, you motherfucking piece of shit cocksucker.
Every sports
Mark
game
my
where you
fucking
choose
words.
a number for your character to wear on their jersey or
I'm
shirt, I
coming
choose
for
the
you.
number 86.
I'm going to find out
This has been a
who the
running
fuck
thing
you
with me.
are.
I think it's a cool notion.
You motherfucker.
Say, I'm we're about to beat your
are
ass. We're
fucked.
about to defeat you.
Let this be noticed live
And,
on the internet.
86
You're
you,
fucked.
essentially.
And you
That's
are
really
done.
what it means. But, the term actually, the first time I ever even heard the term used, Green Day. There is an album that they put out in the 90s, and I forget if it was Dookie or the one after, Insomniac. And they have a song, I think it's called 86. There's no return from 86, don't even try. Exit out the back. And there's all these lyrics or whatever. And I heard it used in that song, and I never heard the term 86 used before. And I actually researched it and figured out what it was. I was like, I like that. And that's when I started using it myself.
There you go.
There you go.
My beautiful singing voice.
Okay, continuing on. Naughty Waffles says, what are your thoughts on the state of handheld consoles? All right, my thoughts are there are none. Handheld consoles are the same now as home consoles. Take a look at the Switch and the Steam Deck, which could be considered handheld consoles. They're really not. The Steam Deck is a portable PC, and the Switch is a portable home console, but there really are no dedicated handhelds anymore. If you take a look, there's no 3DS, retired. PSP, PS Vita, gone, right? What you get now are hybrids. That's fine, because I think the problem always was that you couldn't get the full-on gaming experience on your handheld as you were getting at your home console or your home PC, and I think that Steam Deck and Switch are likely fixing that, right? And that's a good thing, but I don't think you could even consider them dedicated handhelds anymore. They're really not. So I think the era of the Game Boy, the Game Gear, it's past. However, Tiger Electronic handheld games will never fail. You could still buy them in stores. I'm not kidding. They're still there. It's pathetic, but they're still there and you can still buy them. Ridiculously ridiculous that they're still being sold. Okay.
The homosexuals are evil people who are all
If
passing
anything,
around
okay, I will
AIDS.
say this. If anything, the modern equivalent of the what used to be old handheld games is right here. Your phone. Your phone is your mobile gaming now. It's no longer a dedicated handheld console. It's that phone playing a mobile game. Mobile games are watered-down versions. They're not necessarily full-fledged games like you would play on a console or PC, and that's what you get on here. So that's your handheld, your dedicated handheld console now, and then you have your other ones at home. An anonymous tipper to me $2 said, would you ever consider revisiting Fortnite during a special event like a holiday event to see how the game has changed because you since last played it? Get a zero build mode where the game, where it's the same game but there's no building. It might be up your alley. I mean, I really have no interest in it. I played the game so many times over the years. I played it when it was new. I played it again when they updated it. I played it again when it became virally popular. I played it again after. I've seen pretty much everything there is with this game. I understand zero build. Okay, no building. So now it's just Battle Royale. Oh, you mean like other Battle Royale games I've played? You see what I'm saying? Like, I don't really care. Fortnite, been here, done that. It's super old news. The people who hold on to it are like, kids who's like, this is their game. They don't want to move on to other shit. I mean, a lot of Fortnite kids moved on to Roblox and shit. Like, why are you still playing Fortnite? That's old news. I really just don't care about it. I have no desire. If you guys want to see me play Fortnite, it's very simple. Nominate and vote for it in one of my upcoming events. We got a Halloween event coming up, right? And then we've got a Christmas event that likely will happen. It's not locked in yet. That'll be a future goal. If those happen, get it in there. And then I'll check it out. You want to see me play it? Christmas event? Do it. I'll play it for, an hour, or so for the marathon. We'll give it a shot. But I'm not going to dedicate streams to that shit anymore. Okay? Thank you for the tip. Fraser McDonald asked the following. How much is a subscription to your YouTube channel for a month? Thanks. It apparently varies by region. I set it for $3.99 United States denomination. That's $1 cheaper than subscriptions are over on Twitch. My incentive was hopefully by making it cheaper, even though it has less features than Twitch's subscriptions, people would still do it. Some have, some sadly have not. Okay? Good news is I get almost as much profit from that membership as I did as the subscriptions over on Twitch. It's just slightly less by like maybe 10 or 15 cents or something like that. So it's not a giant deal, but it's cheaper to you. That's why I keep it at that $3.99 level. Now, there are 2 other levels, but those levels are more expensive. However, they don't add any other incentive. And I'm totally transparent. I even have a video I recorded that when you go to click to become a member, it plays this video first. And I outright explain up front, there's no added benefits for those. Sadly, with YouTube, and again, this is one of the shortcomings of YouTube versus Twitch, they don't give you better tiered rewards. What I like to give people who are super supporters or ultra level supporters an exclusive emote to show off that they are, or maybe a special badge to show up that they are. Yes. Do they have that? No. Twitch does, but not YouTube. And here I am. I've been doing this now for over a year, almost a year and a half, full time on YouTube. Didn't add it. They don't care. So it is what it is. Thank you guys who do support the channel as members. I appreciate that. Last question from Cynical Doomer. Why not consider an online game to be played every other day in which fans can play you? You'll get trolls, but it'll be more engaging and supported. Taking chances with random games that may be hit or miss is a bad formula. Set you up for slow days. Okay? Because it's this simple. All right? If you can actively avoid it, if you can make it so that you do not create a situation where the trolls get attention, that is exactly what you do. You give them the least attention that they can get, because that's the reason they exist. And the more attention you give them, the worse it gets. I know this from experience. Okay? There was a time many years ago where I had a lot of fans and a lot of haters, but the fans would overwhelmingly want these multiplayer events. In general, they went well. Over the years, what ended up happening is the trolls found more and more ways to abuse them. Half the time that I would try to do it, the fans wouldn't even have a good time. They'd be upset because, like, man, we really couldn't even get a match in today because there was always a troll or two on the team that ruined it for everybody, right? Then it just got worse and worse and worse, where they would try to find ways to use the voice chat, do this, do that. Essentially, those multiplayer streams became outlets for these trolls to interject themselves into my content and ruin the content, not only for me, but for my viewers as well, who are actually there to have a good time. I have not done multiplayer interactive content with my audience in many, many years. And guess what? I'm still here and everyone still enjoys my content, right? As much as you have to keep doing it. You have to do this. You have to do the multiplayer. No, I don't. I'm not stupid. I know the moment that I did it, all you're doing is giving them another avenue in order to try to screw with it. So why give them that avenue? The same reason people say, why doesn't Kat come on your streams? Well, let's see. When Kat moved in here in 2018, she came on a few streams. She was in one with Q&A, one other one, and then I think the Halloween event. So maybe she was on stream 3-4 times top. The people on the internet got so toxic to her, right? Every time she showed up, criticizing how she looked, how she behaved, how she acted. Oh, see what she did? She looked off over here to the side. She's brainwashed by Phil. It's like the craziest, dumbest shit you've ever heard. All right? So just think about this. All right? Seriously. Think about this. How dumb this sounds. Why bring her back on the stream just to be another target of attacks and negativity and toxicity? Right? Why create that situation? Because when you create that situation, now you're opening up open season again for that activity. Correct? Right. So the funny part about it is, as much as these idiots would like to say, oh, but it would be so much better, don't worry, the fans would make it. Been there, done that in multiple ways. Multiplayer events, my wife being involved in content, and other ways. When you create the avenue, you open the door. And the last thing you want with these people is to open their fucking door to you. Really. You just want to leave it alone. I'm here in my lane, making the kind of content I make. I make a living doing it. You guys like it. Why are we going to break that up and create potential for them to basically get ahead or get any kind of attention? You don't do that. So I'm not going to present that opportunity. I enjoy the kind of content I put out. I do enjoy multiplayer content as long as it's just me jumping online with a random team. There's no reason to put my fans in harm's way. There's no reason for that online harassment to even be made possible. All right? Trust me, there's people literally sitting around, and there's nothing better they would love than to be able to have that opportunity. I'm not going to give it to them. Okay? We have 10 minutes left. So with the final 10 minutes of this stream, I would like to open it up to open Q&A. If anyone has any questions, let's do it. And if anyone has any last-minute contributions, do them now so we can shout them out quickly because I am out of here at 4. I still have to upload. I have to make dinner for my wife who's coming home soon from work. So I got stuff to do. I can't stick around extra. Okay? Okay. See, BITW awesome. I will address this briefly. He says, Kat is nice. She doesn't deserve it. She should not let it affect her. That's not life or reality. Not everyone is like you or me who can just say it doesn't affect me. Sadly, there are people who have been through different things in life. There are people who have different
I need that money. I really do. I need that money
going on.
to pay my bills.
But they just can't let it roll off of them like water off a duck's back. Shit actually gets to them, and there's nothing they can do about it. They don't want it to, but it does. Not everyone is the same. Not everyone is Phil. Okay? So you can't just say, oh, just don't let it get to you. That's not life. That's not reality. That's you being closed-minded and not understanding not everyone is you. Okay? Okay. When am I going to hit 200,000 subs? We talked about this on today's podcast. We'll talk about it again. So here's the thing. Oh, by the way, Mango, he says I missed his renewal message. I'll read that in a second. Thank you. Here's the thing. We already hit 200,000 members. Or excuse me, I'm completely misspeaking. Let's try this again. We actually already hit 200,000 subs. We did. But it was between streams at one day. It was like earlier this week. And then immediately the trolls saw that and unsubbed a bunch of their troll accounts. Because right now, at any given moment, there's probably at least 100, no exaggeration, bot troll accounts subbed to the channel. They use these to flood the channel like they're doing literally as I was speaking. There's people doing it right now. They come in with these clone accounts that are subbed and they do their nasty shit. That one gets banned. They go to the next burner account. They do it. That one gets banned. They go to the next burner account. So they have tons of these lined up, you see? And because of that, what they literally do is they wait for it to hit that 200K and they immediately unsub a bunch of them on purpose to lower the number. So the other day we were at 200K, but by the time that my late stream came and I was going to make the announcement, we were at 199, 970 something. What the hell? We lost like 30. Gee, okay. So I didn't say nothing. And then we were almost there and then we go down again. Yesterday we were at 199, 997. We were 3 subs away from hitting 200K. And then it went down by 10. And then it went up to 90. And then it went down by 15. And then it went down by 20. By the end of yesterday, we were at 920 something. 199, 920 something. They literally have nothing to do. They sit there staring at my fucking channel, unsubbing to keep it below 200K. This will not happen forever. They don't have tens of thousands of dummy accounts. They probably have a few hundred. What's going to happen is next month, new releases are going to start to come out. And between October, November, December, we absolutely will have enough legit subs to hit 200K. It's just going to be random when we hit it, because these idiots will literally keep doing this sub, unsub bullshit to keep it fluctuating around. It's not going to last forever, though. So don't worry about that. The Snorlax King to me, $4.20. So do you think the upcoming Mario movie will be any good? It's going to be animated, like, will it make a difference? Illumination is hit or miss. They're dropping the trailer at New York Comic Con. I should have voiced Mario instead of Chris Pratt. I don't know about that. But I have no idea. We have not seen an official Nintendo animated anything, right? So it'll certainly be interesting to see something outside of their games, because they really do protect their IPs, right? Their intellectual property. They don't license it out, or very rarely. I mean, how often do you even see Mario in another game that's not an official first party? Mario plus Rabbids is like the one exception. How rare was that, right? So yeah, I don't know. I don't know if it'll be good or not. I guess we're going to find out. When we see this trailer, I guess we'll be able to judge. Oh. Expand Dong. If another YouTuber named Video Game Donkey is financing an indie games publisher called Big Mo, good for them. I have nothing else to say. I don't know who that is. I don't know anything about them. Good. Let them inspire more indie games. Let them finance them. Sounds good to me. I played Final Fantasy VIII when it was new and I hated it and I never finished it. It's definitely on my bucket list of games to eventually replay because I never got to see past, like, the second disc or something like that. No, I've never played The Longest Journey. I don't know what that is. What's up, No Sleep Real Vibes? What are your best strategies and insightful ways to play positive with all the drama and BS? Literally already answered that on the show. I'm sorry. I'm not reiterating that. Already did that. No, I don't know anything about a guy named Video Game Donkey. Don't know who that is. Favorite console of all time is the Super Nintendo Entertainment System. No, I don't want to go play Apex Legends. Don't care. Been there, done that. Just like Fortnite, been there, done that. Understand what it is. Has its own place in gaming. Understand those who like it. Thumbs up to you. Enjoy. Not for me. Played it for a while, got bored of it, done with it. Will I ever play a Gundam game? There'd have to be one that comes out that's pertinent and new and something that people want. There has not been one, right? In the time I've been making content, I don't recall one. Right? Nope. How about content with guests during the Level 1 podcast? I literally put together the Level 1 podcast in the time frame between when I end my night stream the night before and the next day. In order to have guests, you need to plan out shit. Like, for example, let's say a new game's coming out and, have guests, you need to have like a little discussion back and forth about it or whatever. But for me, my show is very, very impromptu. If there's gaming news that comes out overnight, boom, it's part of the show. If my schedule has a change, that's critical. If we have an event coming up and we want to do it, like we did this morning on the podcast, I immediately put up the poll, what do you guys want to see me react to on October 1st during the React event? Boom, there it is. This is not a planned out news show. This is not based on anything where there's going to be a dedicated topic of discussion. It changes from day to day. So it's not that format of show. That would even make sense that guests would be on it. You understand? No Sleep Real Vibes. On Tuesday, we're going to go into Game Pass and take a look at games and try to figure out stuff to play. Says, when's a good time to play games like Echo Generations or other side games? We're going to look at them on Tuesday. We're literally looking at them on Tuesday and figuring out what you guys might want to see in the next few weeks to balance with Earthbound and Overwatch 2, because all the releases start coming out mid-October, so we're going to need stuff for the first 2 weeks. So there you go. Tuesday, we look at them together on Game Pass. Would I replay Persona 5 someday? Yes. It would be Persona 5 Royal, so it has the extra content. Was King of Fighters my least favorite fighting game that I played in the last few years? Well, it had no offline content whatsoever to speak of. And the online content was ruined for me within 3 streams. Pretty close. Street Fighter 5 is probably the worst.
Not going to lie.
But I would say probably King of Fighters is a close second. Will I ever move back to Connecticut or move to Texas? No. Absolutely not. Under no circumstance. Ayaya says, are you secretly writing and publishing erotic fanfics under a different name? Do not blow up my spot. Would I do a Donkey Kong 6 redemption run? If that's Donkey Kong 64, fuck no. Hobo X says, you've been on the fence about ending Ask the King for a while. At this point, do you think you'll hold out for 100 episodes of the show no matter what? No, because if the show ends up being worthless and not pertinent, I'll end it. As you can see today, viewership was good. People enjoyed it. We had some good questions, right? It was still good. There was no reason to not do it. But that might change. If it changes, why would I keep it going? We'll see what happens. Like I said this at the beginning of the show. We'll say it again. The next episode of Ask the King, Thanksgiving special, November 24th, 2022. Hope you'll be here if you can, live, and if not, on demand. I used to do this as a Thanksgiving special, and then I stopped doing it. I'm bringing it back this year as a Thanksgiving event. Okay? There you go. Half the show, I'm sure we'll talk just about Thanksgiving, which will be cool. I have no idea if I can play and record games on my 3DS. I didn't plug it in and try. How are my parents? They're old. They're old, and, when you get old, some things are fine and some things are not. I think you can figure it out for yourself, but I'm not going to reveal personal stuff. X Shooter to the Super Chat says, all right, Phil, great stream as always. Thank you, X Shooter. All right, guys, it's time to wrap it up. Thank you for being a great audience. If you were here live, watch this on demand on YouTube. Remember, so many ways to support my content offline, including liking, leaving comments, super thanks. Look at the description of the video where there's stuff about memberships and tips. If you like this show and you want to keep it going, support would definitely be appreciated. All right, guys? Thank you all.
Miserable.
Episode 92 of Ask the King is in the bag. I hope you enjoyed it. It will return Thanksgiving Day this year. Remember to post up your questions on dspgaming.com. If you become a member, you'll have priority to
Phil,
answer
we
or have your
contribute
questions
to you,
answered.
but it always seems like it's
Next
a black
time around,
hole.
you saw,
Because it always seems like no
again,
matter how
about
much we
80% of the
contribute,
questions
you're
were from
always
members,
still
for
having
sure.
problems. You're always still in debt. And
pledge to my
nothing's getting better.
Patreon, $20
I
or more,
agree
your
with
question
you.
will get answered for sure. There you go. Thank you all. Hope you enjoyed the show. Oh, Mango says, Phil, my membership message. Phil, you didn't call out my membership message. Arcade Cup had done a super chat earlier that I didn't see. Thank you, Arcade Cup, for the $1.11 super chat. And Mango Jewel Pods did a super chat shouting out Baxter Fam and Jasper Burnell Baxter.
Take that as
Wow,
you
that
will.
was really important. Okay. Thank you all. Guys, great show. Until next time, thanks and peace out.
I'm a pussy.
All right, guys. That literally is the end of the show. So again, thank you for watching and thank you for your support. I'm now going to upload all this to the channel. So if you missed any portion of Ask the King today, you can get caught up at your own leisure. All right? I am going to eat. I'm going to work out and shower. I will return tonight, 6:45 p.m. Pacific time, for gameplay, as I will be playing Multiverses. All right? I hope you guys will join me for Multiverses tonight. Will likely be some Velma gameplay and then maybe mix it up with other characters. Tomorrow, Earthbound returns to the mainstream. And tomorrow night is Friday Night Fights, old school fighting game fun. Okay, guys? Thank you so very much. Have a good break. See you tonight. Peace out.
Copper. Fuck you, copper. There, fuck you. So if you're going to be an asshole, you're going to be treated like an asshole. You're going to be shown the door. Fukutokucho.
$16.51 from PayPal. $110.09 from Apple iTunes.
I don't have money to do it. 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 I want to take this from Phil. Say goodbye.
$110.09 from PayPal.